Welcome to Hardly Initiated Live. It is your host, Tyshawn Jackson, here with another episode. My co-host, Ryan Ketchens.
And listen, we got exactly what y'all been asking for. And to be honest, it took us a while. And I'm very appreciative that we've been able to get this person on the live, because it takes a lot to get these big guests. And to get them on the live, to spend multiple hours with us, really takes a lot. So I think we fairly accomplished with this one. This good.
Goodness. Yeah. Y'all have asked for this brother right here in particular because he already came to the set and he flamed up the set.
Oh my goodness.
And he needs no introduction. We in here rocking with TG Tony Gaskins. Welcome back to Hardly Initiated, man.
Thank y'all for having me.
How you feeling, Tony?
Amazing. Good to be back, man. I love the work that y'all doing. So
yeah, I
respect and honor it, and that's why I wanted to come back.
First of all, you know that's a blessing coming from Tony right here. Because Tony ain't respecting with everything that's going on out here.
He don't rock with just anybody. right. Which is a good thing.
Y'all doing good work, and your heart is in the right place. You know how we could read each other, and you can tell when somebody's heart is in the right place.
Yeah.
And so I understand the goal. And in that, you got to be fair. So you got to share all type of voices so that everybody is represented.
Yeah.
And so I respect that.
And here's the thing, we really try to do our best to bring the most qualified people up. Even before, like when we vetting people, not only are we looking at their content, we looking at their books, we looking at who follows them. We making phone calls, getting feedback on this person before we reach out. Like we doing a lot of things to make sure this person is vetted. As now we went, from just a podcast to a platform in people's homes, people sending these videos to their children, to their wives, to their husbands. So we take that responsibility very serious. And I think one of the most polarizing parts of our previous conversation was your views on who is qualified to be in this conversation, who is qualified to be in these seats, who's qualified to be telling people about who they need to be in relationships with, how they need to navigate their marriages. It was a conversation that, really had the internet on fire.
Not just the internet, to be real with you, because the internet was one thing, but we was, we did a couple podcasts and it was people pulling us to the side. Like, yo, who is Tony talking about? Was he talking about this? Was he talking about me? You know what I mean? And it really stirred up some stuff. So, but I think that's good because we need to talk about that.
No, it is good because I'm gonna be honest, the relationship space has a lot of power in people's lives right now. And a lot of that could be really good and really bad because we got a lot of trauma right now as far as coming from our families, our mamas, our grandparents. We have not seen this done right. So I love the fact that people are looking to change this, break the curses, have a good, strong family, the foundation of our society, and they want instruction. But let's really go back to that conversation because I really want to address this. Because what makes someone qualified to give you instruction on your relational life? Like, what really makes you qualified?
You know what? I know a lot of people, they ask the question, they're like, well, who is Tony Gaskins and why does he have this take? Why does he feel like this?
Yeah.
But it's like when you're in something and you're passionate about it and you're dedicated to it and you see the damage that is done, like I'm doing this every single day since 2007. So we're looking at how many years is that?
That's about, what is that, 16?
16 years. Yeah. And I have people hire me for coaching, which I'm not even supposed to be doing one-on-one coaching. And I really don't have the time for it, but I do it still trying to be accessible and to have these conversations. And people are telling me on the phone, Tony, I listen to you every day and I'm still doing the wrong thing. I'm still in fornication. I was abstinent, then I fornicated and I caught herpes. I was abstinent, I fornicated and I got pregnant. And I'm listening to you, and this guy, I met him online and I gave him $6,000 to get furniture for his new place. And we only been talking for 2 weeks. Tony, I'm talking to this guy. I met him online. I gave him 90% of my life savings. And I'm like, these people in their 40s,
right,
late 30s, and all of this is going on. And here I am living it and sharing insight. So imagine a man or a woman who is not living it. If my insight still is not enough to help somebody stay on the straight and narrow, imagine someone who's not living it and they're just throwing out stuff because they want to have a platform. See, the difference is I don't want to have a platform. Like, for example, we're doing this show tonight. What did you have up waiting on the show?
Tony exposes
fake dating coaches.
No, I'm saying a custom thumbnail, right?
Custom thumbnail.
You do that because the algorithm says you need to have a custom thumbnail.
Right.
Absolutely.
You need to have a description box.
Right.
You need to have keyword tags.
Yeah.
I don't do any of that. And I have over 400,000 people on YouTube, and I don't do that stuff because I'm not chasing for a platform. I just want to share the message. So it upsets me when I see people come out and it's guys who they're trying to say, this is how you make a relationship work, but they're not making a relationship work. If me and my wife is going through it and we're not seeing eye to eye, I won't even shoot videos because my spirit is not in the right place because we talk from where we are. So it's impossible for a single man to give relationship advice that will stand the test of time. Our dog could tell us how to have a relationship, but what about when you get into those moments where you really at your wit's end? And we see relationships failing every single day, big name people. So that's why I'm so passionate about it. And because I'm just like, listen, you could do multi-level marketing. You could do real estate. You could do something that is not going to impact, and we see scams and that stuff too, that's not going to impact somebody's livelihood because people are being killed over their relationships. And the thing about it, I've seen like one white guy, I think his name like Matthew something, and kind of exploiting the industry.
Matthew Hussey.
Yeah, that's the only white guy that I've seen that I could think of, but I see a long laundry list of black males coming in, cheating on women, in fornication, don't desire marriage, but telling people how to make a relationship work, but not going out to implement it. And that's my main thing is like, don't come tell me how to perfect my body if you ain't working out. And so it angers me like when Jesus flipped over them tables. I have a righteous indignation about it because I'm dealing with people who coming close to losing their life. And so that's where I feel like to do this as a man, it's hard to do. To give away the game, to break the man code. You see how many guys, when y'all posted me on your Instagram, how many guys was calling me stupid, calling me ignorant, a simp.
Yeah.
It's hard to do that. You want to be liked by your male counterparts. You want to be respected. You want to be appreciated. So to come out and give away the game, you have to be very committed to it, or you got to have ulterior motives.
Yeah.
Man, Tony, listen, we got to do some announcements because we getting too deep.
We already in there. Yeah, get the people some announcements right now.
So first off, let me tell you, the 786 people in the room already. I already know we got TG on the platform.
TG.
So check this out. We're only 8 minutes in, by the way. Over 800 people in the chat. Guys, we just want to let you know that Tyshawn and I are planning something big. Actually, something big we're going to talk to you about after this. We are throwing something very special next spring. Details to come. But I just want you guys to know, because everybody been asking us about the in-person experience. Tony, let me tell you, we're going big. We're going big because I want y'all to wait. We want y'all to hold tight for that. Now, tonight, I know y'all going to have some questions. We still going to do the live call-ins. I want everybody to know that. So get ready.
Yep.
You got about an hour before we get the live call-ins. So
Less than that.
Get your hair right. Get right. My fellas, go ahead and get crispy because there might be some single ladies in the chat that might be interested.
Get ready
tonight.
So you ain't stay ready so you ain't gotta get ready, y'all.
And it's the thing, guys, we are appreciative and grateful for all of the super chats that come in, but just keep in mind anything at $10 or above will actually be read live on air. But please, if you want us to read it, send a question, and we are going to forward that question to TG so he can get all your questions answered. But Ty, we ready to rock?
So it's interesting when you talk about the single brothers, because it's a valid conversation. Because I seen the whole spectrum of comments. Tony. You got the brothers like, what you mean? Because no. Because you telling me that if a surgeon wanted to do a surgery, he got to have cancer to be able to remove the actual cancerous cell from a person's body. Hold on, Tony. So you telling me that a therapist got to have experienced trauma before they can help somebody unwind some trauma? And I'm looking at it and I'm like, you know what? That's a valid perspective. So address that part of it, right? Does somebody actually have to experience these, ebbs and flows of a relationship to be able to give some kind of objective perspective to it?
The thing about it is, it's like a surgeon goes to school for like 12 to 16 years to become a surgeon, and still people die on their table. And look at all the surgeons who doing butt jobs and breast jobs and all of this, and people losing their life. And there's somebody who studied in school, one of the hardest professions, and people losing their life. Whereas relationship coaches are jumping off the porch, or they're going and getting a degree in psychology. Psychology is not going to sustain you in a relationship, because you have to have real world experience, but not just on what made it go wrong, but what makes it go right. Because yes, if you've been married, you could say, hey, this is why my relationship failed. But you can't say, this is why my relationship succeeded. So you could tell me, and you can say, hey, I'm speaking from my experience. I help divorcees heal. Not I'm a relationship expert. I'm a relationship guru. I saw a guy in y'all comments who got a college degree, and he feels like based on his college degree, he's able to give relationship advice. We don't take Love 101 in any college in America.
Right.
We don't take Love 101 in any grade in school. We are not taught how to be lovers. So with surgery, and I seen a guy say, oh, it's a lot of coaches who never played basketball, but they championship coaches. When you're dealing with relationships, you're dealing with life and death. It's not a child's game. You're dealing with life and death. So guess what? Me being a relationship coach, I have male and female, men and women clients who are surgeons. They got all this knowledge in what they do. They're the smartest on the planet, but they hire me for their relationship. Therapists are my clients for their relationship. Psychotherapists, regular therapists, counselors. So relationships is something that is very nuanced, and with the wrong advice, somebody could lose their life. And then also somebody can alter their life, even if they don't lose their life. They can catch a disease. They can be scarred and marred. And so this is the thing. It can be compared to nothing else, because it's the hardest thing, yet the most beautiful thing we'll ever do. Because who do we see? We see billionaires, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, both of them what?
Oh, that was a question?
They divorced.
Divorced. They are divorced.
All the money in the world, and they can't buy a woman to love them.
Damn.
Their woman left them as billionaires.
Insane.
P. Diddy, billionaire, not married.
Single.
Still doesn't come easy with all that money. We see people who have every profession go through a divorce. So this is something that you have to get in it, make it work, and you got to win at it. And then you have to have the humility to say, I'm teaching you a recipe for success for 5 years of marriage, because that's all I've been married. 10 years of marriage, 15 years of marriage. I'm humble enough to know that I don't know what it takes to be married 20 years and happy, because I've only been married 16 years. That's why when you go to my bio, I don't have relationship expert or relationship guru. But the guy I seen in y'all comments, I click on his page, it's a relationship expert.
Right. It's
I'm like, you just jumped off the porch. I ain't never seen you, never heard of you. You got relationship expert. So now you got, and the thing what I found about women is women especially will listen to anybody talking until they get to a certain point. So we will see single relationship coaches with millions of women following them. That tells you something. So if women are listening to somebody who's not validated, somebody who's not living what they're trying to tell you to do, that tells you that they are seeking knowledge and they're being led astray. So I remember we got into it. It was a bunch of ladies in my comments because I was telling them, if you are saving yourself, you don't have to tell a man that. They came to me. Oh, well, such and such said that if you saving yourself, you need to tell the man on the first date. He's a relationship coach, Derek Jackson. He ends up getting caught cheating on his wife. So now what I was trying to tell them, what I was trying to tell these ladies, listen, if a man is genuine with pure intentions, he does not need to know your vow between you and God. This is your body. This is your business. He will find out you're saving yourself when he tries you and you turn him down. After he has tried you 10 times and gotten turned down, he will put 2 and 2 together and say she must be abstinent until marriage. And then he will go to the next level with you if he wants more from you. But guess what? If a man wants to know if he's wasting his time or not because he wants to cheat on his wife, he wants to know on the first date if you're saving yourself.
How long it's going to take.
Because he don't want to waste no time. So now when this gentleman who was giving them this advice that was contrary to mine, they found out he had ulterior motives. If I meet you and I talk to you as a woman, I don't care if you're saving yourself because I don't want to sleep with you anyways. I'm married. But here go this other married relationship coach telling them, no, tell a man. It was ulterior motives.
See, now that's the confusion though.
Right.
Because you got single men that you saying are unqualified, and now we even got married men that you saying are unqualified. So who's qualified?
At this time, he was practically single because we had never seen his wife.
Okay.
So when he started, we didn't know he had a wife.
So if a man does not show his wife, is that like if you're a relationship, you're not showing your wife, is that an issue?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. If a man does not show his wife and he giving relationship advice, he's a fraud. If a man is married and he's not giving relationship advice and he doesn't show his wife, he's a fraud.
Damn.
If a man does not wear a ring and he's married, he's a fraud. There should be nothing hidden or secret about marriage. And as we've said, and we've seen it online, there's a difference between secrecy and privacy.
Right.
I see so many married men today who don't wear rings. Oh, my finger too big. They make rings in all sizes. They make rings in all
crazy.
Sizes. My finger too big.
Now the thing is, so I understand what you're saying, especially about that Derek Jackson situation, because with content creators just like you, right? It is difficult, can be challenging to separate objective counsel against what you're actually living. And that was something that we actually was struggling with when we were going about deciding what the platform was about. It's like, we can't talk like this and do these things, right, without actually being the people. And now part of our job is to become the people that we praise and that we celebrate more and more every day.
Right.
So, but my question for you, especially with the Derek Jackson situation, what's the level of accountability and transparency that you should have when you give another? Like, should he have communicating, hey, I'm giving you this counsel, but I'm got this craziness going on, behind the scenes with my wife, or kind of like, what's the line?
100%. He should have been open. And so if me and my wife going through in my videos, I will say it. Like if I'm doing a video, I may be talking about business, I may be talking about something else, but I will say, hey, no one is exempt from spiritual warfare in your relationship.
Yeah.
I said, me and my wife still to this day have to grow, have to work through things, have to struggle through. We still have disagreements. We still have big issues that we have to overcome. If we're going through something, I'll say that to let people know I'm human just like you. And so we have to be transparent. I always say the best parent is transparent. Well, the best teacher is going to share their mistakes. The best teacher is going to come out and not come out on a white horse with armor on, but come out wounded and say, hey, this scar means this. This scar means this. And to share that, but also say, this is where I'm speaking from. And this is the extent of my understanding and my knowledge. Not I'm a guru. I'm an expert. I've never used either of those words. Other people may say that towards me, but I don't use those words intentionally. So it angers me when I see somebody who has not been in the trenches as long as I have, who do not put in the work that I put in, and they calling themselves an expert, because people will take that seriously.
Yeah.
And they'll say, oh, because you call yourself an expert, that means you know the ins and outs, you know how to make a perfect relationship. And they listen to them and they will hang on to their every word. And that's the issue. So you have to be transparent. And even like it's a lot of guys out there. Stephen, when somebody told me about
Stephon Speaks.
Yeah.
Okay.
When somebody mentioned to him, I probably was maybe 5-7 years into what I do. Somebody mentioned him. The first time I Googled him, a mugshot came up. And I can't remember if it was for domestic violence, but a mugshot came up.
Hold on.
Yeah. He had on a white t-shirt. And
Wow.
when I went back to look later, it was gone. Because you know you could get it sealed and expunged or what have you.
Wow.
It was gone. So I was like, okay, well, maybe he's speaking. Maybe he made these mistakes. He heard my story that I used to be a womanizer and all of this, and he say he gonna make a change.
Wow.
But then what he started doing is doing all of the marketing, to where if you search my book on Amazon, he paying for sponsored promo to where his book coming up under mine.
Wow.
And then he doing all of the algorithm. He doing all of this stuff. And then I seen an interview. He was with this young lady, and she was kind of immature. And he was like, I used to be abstinent, but you know, I tried that. I used to be abstinent. And I'm like, well, that's damaging, because if you're not abstinent, that means that you're sleeping with women. And so you're talking about a relationship, but you're creating soul ties. You're creating broken hearts. You're creating women who want this dream, and you're sleeping with them, taking their essence, and then going on about your business and giving advice. And then the irresponsibility. And that's why I respect what y'all said about y'all are starting to vet people. Yeah, you want to give a platform for different voices. That's good. You should. You can't just interview Democrats. You got to talk to the Republicans too.
Right.
Can't just interview one side. So I get that. Well, here comes Stephen Speaks. And because his message is watered down, it's so comfortable, he getting on the podcast like Lewis Howes with like 50 million listeners. And now here, this white man goes to the black space, plucks a black relationship coach from the black space who is not married. So now this becomes the representation of black relationships to this white audience, which says black men can't even live what they preaching.
Wow.
Because so I got a booking that came in from South Africa, and it's not official yet, and I don't know if it's going to happen, but they said, we Googled relationship expert in America. They say we seen you, Stephen Speaks, and a white couple. They said we have a black audience, so we can't blame the white couple. We looked at Stephen, we looked everywhere in the world, we could find no spouse. So you the real deal. We found you. Will you do this event? And that's what I'm saying. It's like the hypocrisy. Talk about loving yourself as a single person. Talk about self-love. Talk about healing. Don't allow anybody to label you as a relationship expert because you are a single expert. You're a single life expert. It's a difference. Because when you have to live with a woman and you got to be pleasing in her sight and she got to be pleasing in your sight and y'all have to learn how to communicate 24 hours a day, the advice you think you know when you single, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. And then it's different than having a girlfriend. It's different than having a fiance. It's different than being with a woman who is not the mother of your child. It's so many levels to it that we set people up for failure. And we paint this beautiful picture, then they get into it. And now that's why everybody is having irreconcilable differences. Because the people who are actually qualified to speak on it, who are giving the real, it's too real for people to listen to. So they go to the watered down and then they get in a relationship and it fails them because they didn't understand what they were getting ready to go into because a single person told them. And this is some single people who've never even been married. I respect somebody who's been married and they're divorced and they're saying, hey, this is what went wrong. I respect that. And if they will still say, I don't know how to make it work now, not yet, but this is what made it go wrong.
You just got me thinking about our bookings because when people contact us, though, it's about singleness experts, right? When they want us to get on the show, it's about dating, actively dating,
right?
And it's not about being in a relationship.
What's the state of dating?
Exactly.
I want to ask, while we on that topic here, I heard this too, and I want you to address this because someone said, "How is it possible that a man who's been married for so many years? Because how long you been married now?"
16 years.
You've been married 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
How is it possible for a man who's been married for 16 years to be able to give dating advice in his current market and in today's time to someone that feels that you have to actually be dating to be able to give dating advice? What's your thoughts on that?
And before you say that, because that's usually what people say. Like he or she been out the game too long.
Yeah.
They don't know how these men are today. They don't know how these women are today.
Yeah.
And that is because they listen to single relationship coaches. Love is the same in 1000 BC as it will be in 5050. Because love is not based on trends and fads. Love is based on principles. As Stephen R. Covey says, morals and values may change, but principles do not change. So whether you are dating or whether you are married or whether you're dating in 2023 or whether you're dating in 1903, if you obey the principles of love and a healthy relationship, you will succeed. So what they're trying to say is, oh, he doesn't believe in strip clubs because he's not dating in 2023. He doesn't believe in watching porn together because he's not dating in 2023. Those are that's the changing of our morals and our values. But because principles don't change, if you invite pornography into your relationship, strip clubs into your relationship, threesomes into your relationship, guess what? All of those relationships fail because the principles of love say that you should give love, receive love, honor your partner as your only partner, and they should honor you as your only partner. So for one, I understand the dating world better than any other coach on the planet because I have 3.5 million people who follow me online and I'm reaching tens of millions of people. And my inbox still has over 10,000 unread messages from singles. So I'm in the field doing work and my finger is on the pulse. Whereas the person in the comments with 100 followers online, they don't have the same database.
Right.
So I'm hearing stories from all races, all ages, and from 6 different continents. So if they can, in their mind, qualify a surgeon who went to school to be a surgeon, I'm putting in that level of study in relationships, but more. Because for me, it does not end. A surgeon goes to school, but for so long, and then they get to go practice surgery the rest of their life. I'm still in this 16 years in and still studying this. So the way to have a successful marriage is based on principles. It's not based on the year that we're in. The same way me and my wife built our marriage from 2005 when we met, 2006 when we got official, 2007 when we got married, those principles still work for 2023. It doesn't change. So that's the thing, that is they're thinking that a relationship and that the way we love changes.
Yeah.
God is love. God don't change.
Let me ask you this, TG, because you know, we getting into the entertainment a bit, and we also want to get perspective from both sides of the spectrum.
Wait 1 second, real quick. It's 8:30.
Oh, okay.
Let's let the Facebook group go. Yeah, please come to YouTube. This thing is just getting started.
1,500 people in the chat,
and we only got 394 likes. If y'all don't like it, you don't have to hit the like button. But I need everybody that like this video right now.
So
please hit that great thumbs up, so we can spread this, all that algorithm stuff that Tony don't do. We need to do it right here because I need y'all to listen to Tony Gaskins tonight because he's here with us on Hardly Initiated.
This thing, 1,500 people in the chat. TG, just to let you know, 1,700 is the record. And that was 1,700 after 3 hours straight.
Yeah, it was 17. Yeah.
So we have 1,500 right now. So we got to hit. I mean,
come in. Just
2,000, 2,500. I'm not sure what we're gonna do tonight.
So look, invite this to somebody that you know is a fan or watching some relationship content because they need to know and hear this today because this is very important. But Ryan, go ahead.
Shout out to VJ, by the way. VJ always setting it off with the super chats, guys. I want y'all to send y'all super chats in. Listen, I want you to be aggressive with interrupting this conversation with one of your questions. So please send those super chats in. Shout out to Kalimba. Shout out to Sabrina. Shout out to Mia, Jalea, Deb, and Rachel, one of my favorites. Shout out to Rachel V for all joining the Initiated family. Shout out to all the initiates, by the way. So TG, this is what I was going to ask you, okay? Because we want to get both sides. We want to get the married couples, but we also want to talk to the divorcees, okay? So we recently had Samantha Lee on the show, who's one of the divorcees, went extra viral for that, right? And we actually trying to actively recruit, and I want to pronounce this correctly, Danae Jackson, Derek Jackson's wife. So, but, you know, the reason I tell you that is because
y'all don't leave her where she at.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
Let her heal.
And that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Do you think that the women that are, you know, exiting these relationships can give truly objective perspective on a platform in general? Can they truly give objective perspective on what happened, what they learned from it, without bringing all of the extra into it?
I'm not sure a man or a woman can, like, right out the gate, like as early as they're talking sometimes within a year. But when you think about the heart, and a lot of times people forget about their own personal experience and we try to make everything scientific. But what I found is for as long as you've been in a relationship, it can take double that to heal.
Wow.
I coach people who they are doing a coaching session about a relationship that they were in 3 years ago, and they have not talked to the person in 3 years. And we're on the phone talking about this. So it's very hard to speak before you've healed. And when you've gone through something that's very traumatic, and it's on the level that they go through, especially in the public eye, because if y'all bringing them on here, that means they were in the public eye.
Right.
So that healing is going to take even more time than a man or a woman who's healing in the dark without everybody's opinion, without everybody's input. So that's extremely hard to speak to. And to be honest with you, if you do something and you fail, you can give insight to it, but your focus should be on learning. So anytime somebody comes to me after a breakup, I tell them what you need to do now is get new knowledge. Because what you call love is actually self-hate. What you call love is actually abuse. So you have to get new knowledge and you have to replace what you thought you knew with what is actually correct. And then when you get to that place, new knowledge will build your confidence and it'll help you heal, because we say knowledge is what?
Power.
Power. And so, in fact, applied knowledge is power. But the reason why we say knowledge is power is because when you learn something, you replace something, and that boosts your confidence. So what's happening is, most of the time when we see people in relationships, they go from one bad relationship to another bad relationship. And we see men and women go from bad relationship 3-4 times in a row. The reason why is because after the breakup, they started talking instead of listening. They started giving advice instead of learning. And so that's where I think that you never really want to let somebody come on and bleed on people, because we speak from where we are. So if you still hurt, if you still lost, if you still confused, and I seen a little bit of the Samantha Lee thing, and I heard y'all maybe ask her 3 or 4 questions. She didn't answer any of them.
Right.
She was dancing around.
I was very frustrated about that.
And so it was a waste of time, because for one, she can't say too much because you might get a defamation lawsuit. And then don't know where she's at, don't know what they talking about behind closed doors. So it's really just a waste of time to be talking. And I seen her online, and once again, it's just clickbait, just a bunch of videos, just watching this video and then being over here looking at it. And I don't think she followed me online. So if I'm out here giving this here insight, and I know that I'm not hiding, so that always tell me something about somebody too, because I know where my heart is, and I know the insight that I give is coming from a pure place. And one thing I know about spirits is spirits attract and spirits repel. So if somebody is repelled by my spirit, but I know my darkness, meaning I know how I live in the dark. I know that I'm faithful to my wife. I know that I don't watch porn. I know that I don't masturbate. I know how I live my life. So I know what my spirit is going to give, because your darkness is going to show up in the light. So if I repel somebody, that let me know that my spirit is trying their spirit by the spirit, and they spirit don't look like mine behind closed doors. And that's why they running. So when I see somebody talking and they giving insight and all this talking, but they're not surrounding themselves with people who are really living it and growing and trying to do it the right way, that tell me they're not seeking growth.
Wow. So Tony, you know what's crazy is that, so after you came on the show, and I'm curious, I want to ask you what kind of feedback you got on the show.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something now.
Yeah.
Don't hold back on your questions.
No, we not.
Ask any and every question. Don't try to sit on here and be friends now. Ask any and every question.
No, I know. Listen, Tony, I am not. We're not gonna hold nobody. This is no bars hell. You on Hardly Initiated Live tonight? Listen, if y'all like what y'all seeing right now, put a thumbs up in the chat right now, because Tony getting on us. He said we ain't interviewing hard enough.
Right. You know, so actually, I'm gonna save my question. Let's continue this conversation.
Yeah. Let's continue the conversation, because I think here's what's really important, that the people actually communicated this, and I actually like that you're doing this, because the biggest thing was, why is Tony just speaking so subliminally and he not saying who he's talking about, especially if these are people who are potentially dangerous, and we put in our relationship, our marriages in these people's hands, and we don't know who he's talking about, and everybody out here guessing. And you said, first of all, obviously, I mean, at this point, Derek Jackson is pretty much, his reputation is what it is at this point.
Right.
Stephon, obviously Stephon is very controversial with being a single guy.
Right.
And one of the most popular voices in the relationship community. But from your perspective, especially from somebody who's been coaching since 2007, who's seen people come, leave, come and stay, and come probably twice back and forth, who else do you see as somebody that's concerning that women should look out for if somebody is playing a big part, or if they have on their playlist?
And not to fish. I actually want to be a little bit more direct with this one, because after we had your clip, and are we gonna run that clip, by the way?
We don't have it.
Okay. We had the clip of you talking about relationship coach that's
we do have that joint.
That's throwing events.
We do have that joint.
And we ran into Mr. Let Go.
He actually he did a review on that video.
Who actually did a review on that video. Now, on that review, he mentioned that you were talking about Ace Metaphor. And I wanted to talk to you specifically about that. So one, in that comment that you made, was that addressed to Ace Metaphor? And if so, what is it in particular that you are apprehensive about or have a little frustration about what he's doing with the type of content he's putting out?
First, let me address why I don't like to speak names. One reason is because my father, when I wrote my first book, I spoke names. I didn't speak names, but I said people, and it implicated people. So he came to me and he said, Tony, you can still get your message across and speak your truth without ruining other people's lives, without saying their names. Now, that I knew at that point was biased information, because his coworkers didn't know he was divorced. And I was 22 years old. And I spoke about a pastor who my mom was friends with his wife. I didn't say his name. My mom called her and was like, I'm so sorry. My son told a story about your husband. Well, that woman, and my mama got on me. She was mad with me for telling the story about the pastor having sex with his assistant on his desk in the church. My mama talked to the wife, and the wife told him, let your son tell his story. Because if that story affected his life, it's true. It's a true story. Let him tell his story. My mama called me then and apologized. I'm sorry. She said she don't even care that you told that story because it's the truth. I said, okay, thank you. I said, I'm going to tell my truth regardless. The other reason why I don't like speaking names is because I come from a culture, and so do y'all, that we will kill about our name. And I don't know if I won't kill about mine. And so me not knowing that, and me seeing Martin Luther King got killed, Malcolm X got killed, all these rappers getting killed for saying somebody's name. So I try to be mindful of that, because I never know the state. I don't really fully know what a narcissist is, but I feel like if I had to assume what it would be like a Derrick Jackson, because you got to be really, really sick to attack everybody who cheats on their wife or does anything wrong, and you're doing the same thing. That is absolutely crazy to me. I could not imagine cheating on my wife and touching on anything with relationships. And then with Stephen Speaks, I feel like he looked up and he saw it was an opportunity to make money as a Black man. And I feel like he had experience with some women, and he probably started out pure, and then the money and the fame came, and it becomes a drug. If you're not used to being him, like if you're not used to being in the newspaper for your athletic or whatever, or your gifts, your talents, when you get fame and notoriety, it'll throw you off. I've been in the newspaper since I was in 8th grade for basketball, and then football. I was number 1 in my county in rushing. So I got used to being in the papers every day. I got used to leading the league in rushing, leading the basketball league in scoring. And so I didn't want attention. I still don't want attention. So when I see somebody and I could tell he's not used to attention, and then he gets attention, it becomes a drug. And when I was talking about doing the events, Ace Metaphor is one of the people doing the events. And what he is doing, he needs to retire it, because it is so detrimental. It is so toxic. It is so horrible, to where if you're not going to take RC Blake's or me or somebody on every stop, then you need to shut up. Because otherwise you got people who have no real care about this industry, no real commitment to this industry, just talking. And then it's coming from places that people speak from where they are. So if you got women who they may be hurting or they may have gone through some things and have not healed. And the women is not as bad, but he got the guy up there with the beard, you know, and the glasses. As a man, we know men. We get picked on for wearing glasses. So you're going to have some pain for that. When you wear a full beard, a lot of times we grow our full beard out to hide some of our face.
Oh shit, Ryan.
So it's no, but it's real. That's why I got a beard. That's why I got a beard. Come you shave it, you might look like you do something crazy.
Right.
And so we do stuff from our insecurities. So when I hear a man talking, I'm not just listening to what he's saying. I'm looking and saying, was he ever him?
Mm.
And if he was never him, that advice is skewed. And a man could say, oh yeah, I had all these kind of women. I did all this. I did all that. Like the dark-skinned guy on Fresh and Fit who be lying through his teeth. And I'm like,
I forgot. I don't even know his name.
Yeah, he one of them.
Oh yeah.
And so this is the problem. So so what I start to see is in the industry, everybody is calling names. So then the Lord said to me, Tony, you're not in those times. Your generation is so soft. Your generation is so weak. Your generation is so lost that ain't nobody standing on what they stood on when Malcolm X and Martin Luther King was here. We don't have those type of morals. We ain't got that type of passion. We ain't got those type of, you know, it's nothing like that. Like now it's just about sensationalism.
Yeah.
And so that tonight's conversation is very toxic.
But now, just to be clear, because I think Ace is divorced. Now, is it him himself or it's the platform?
It's the platform.
Okay.
Because everything I've seen him say, it sounds good. But anything could sound good. The devil sound good. The devil knows scripture. The devil offered Jesus the world. Anything could sound good. You got to go implement it. Implement it and let a woman testify to what you implementing. Then come back and report on it. Implement it and let a woman feel it and let her glow to the world. Then come talk to me about it. It's just like I work with pro athletes and I never was a pro athlete. So I don't talk to them about X's and O's and what they do inside the field. But every pro athlete say, how somebody going to talk to me about the NFL, talk about it, and you never put on the jersey. Anytime Stephen A say something, anytime Skip Bayless say, you ain't never played, how you going to do this? So guess what? I don't talk to them about their sport. I talk to them about what I'm winning at. Manhood, fatherhood, being a husband. So that conversation, it's a terrible conversation. And if you're not going to balance it, and so Ace, he was a poet. He's a poet. Ace Metaphor. He was the same as Rob Hill Sr. Rob Hill Sr. was a poet. They write on love. The other guy, Mike, or something like that. He write people books and stuff. He also was a poet. So love is so perplexing and it's so overwhelming that we as poets, we write on love. I was a poet as well.
Wow.
But
Tony,
not
you done did it everything.
But not online. But I started my writing career as a poet, as a child. And then I wrote books as an adult. So poets started writing on love. Ace Metaphor, Rob Hill Sr., the other guy. And people started looking at it as advice. They started booking them for relationship events. But see, for me, I don't do what I do for money. So Ace will tell you, he reached out to me years ago and he said, hey, I want to do a tour. It's going to be me, you, Stephen, and Derek.
Derek Jackson.
I remember he told us about that tour.
I told him no.
To you.
Wow. Yeah, I told him no. I said, no, I'm not going to do it. He offered me $1,000. The first event was in New York. I had just did New York and I sold it out by myself, 400 plus people. And the ticket sales probably came to $12,000. So it's like, if you're doing business, then you have to honor business. So for one, I'm not going to do that for $1,000 when I just did my own and it $12,000 in tickets. So that's for one. Two, the guys that you're doing it with, none of y'all married. At that time, I don't even think Derek was married. So I'm like, why would I do a relationship tour with single guys? giving relationship advice. And you're speaking from your brokenness, you're speaking from your pain, because you're not speaking from where you've healed and where you've won, where you've succeeded. Like, get a wife, be happy with her, let her be happy with you, then come get a playbook. I don't want such and such playbook. I want Michael Jordan playbook if I'm playing basketball. I want the winning playbook. And so that's where it looked like a money grab. And they went around and the tour was successful. But I don't do stuff for money. I do it out of purpose. Just like when you go to my channel, and I don't not respect when you're doing business. You supposed to say, hey, send the super chats in, hit the like button.
Right.
You're supposed to do that. That's what the market's play. But when anybody go to my channel, they'll never see my Cash App. They'll never see my PayPal. They'll never once hear me say, hit the like button. They'll never once hear me say, send a super chat, send a Cash App, because I'm trying to set a tone or do the work for the work when you dealing with purpose work. This right here, business. This a podcast. You see what I'm saying? So these guys are touring and they making money. And a guy called me. He said, hey, man, Ace doing this thing. You know, he going to make millions of dollars. I'm like, that's cool, bro. I got 2 sons that I need to be home for. I'm not trying to do no worldwide tour if I'm going to miss soccer games. My son's 16 years old. He's going to be gone in 2 years. I'm trying to be home. I don't care how much money I can make. I'll be broke. I'll stay broke. But that's what I'm saying. And so that I was speaking about that. And you asked me about somebody else. I was talking, Mr. Let Go.
Yeah, because it was funny because he did the reaction on it.
Yeah.
And as he did the reaction on it, that's when it started toiling in my head. I'm like, oh, okay. So
yeah, because to be honest, we didn't even really like when you were actually explaining what you was explaining. In my mind, I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not consider anybody in particular that you were speaking on until after it was posted, and then people started giving their take on who they thought it was about.
Exactly.
And Mr. Lego was one of the people that did that.
And so here's the thing: people will go to these events and then they'll go home, and because they heard so many crazy voices on the stage, they'll go home and they'll start having threesomes. They'll go home and they'll break up with their boyfriend, break up with their girlfriend over something petty. They'll go home and they'll feel like casual sex is okay. They'll feel like the man is doing his thing in bed just because he having sex and the woman doing her thing. And so they're going home with this idea that a relationship is based on sex. They're going home with this idea that of all this stuff that doesn't matter in a real relationship. Like me and my wife could go a month without sex and get along perfectly. But people don't know that because they're not married and doing it. And then men who like, oh no, that's miserable. That's miserable. So now what you're telling me as a man, you have no self-control. You telling me that an orgasm run your life. Nowhere do we read in a book that say you need an orgasm in order to live longer. Nowhere do we read that if you have an orgasm, it's going to make you better and bigger and healthier and stronger. They say there's no benefits to more than one orgasm a week. That's what scientists say. But guess what? There's no detriment to not having one. So there's no detriment to not. We're becoming a slave to sex, and we're making love and relationships about sex. When you could get in a relationship and your spouse get cancer. You could get in a relationship and your spouse have a child and can't have sex for 6 weeks. So now you want it every other day. What you gonna do in them 6 weeks? You finna go cheat because you've conditioned your mind to feel like you need it. You could get in a relationship and your spouse have a stroke. I've seen this happen to where spouse have a stroke, the other person go cheat because they're so addicted to a release that has nothing to do with the baseline of life. And so this is what these conversations are all about. It's all about who's going to be a slave in a relationship because the other person makes money, and who's going to have the best sex. And why we can't wait until marriage for sex because the sex is going to be whack. But people not understanding that the brain is the largest sexual organ. So if you fall in love, your sex can't be bad because your brain is already ready and prime and telling you that it's good. Scientists say that a woman only needs 3 inches for her to feel what she need to feel. But
you just lost all the ladies now.
You just lost all the ladies. This is what the science say.
Yeah,
meaning
I've heard that before.
And I've seen some women in the comments of them posts that be like, hey, y'all want 3 to 5, 5 to 7, it'd be a lot of women that'll say, I'm good with 4, I'm good with 5. But the thing about it is, it's about where the mind is at.
Right.
So what I experienced in a relationship with love is that they say a woman take 13 to 40 minutes to have a release. Guess what? When you fall in love, that release could happen in 60 to 90 seconds because the mind is so ready. But until you go in and you experience it, you can't speak about it. And so we're living in a society where a lot of sex addicted, horny people are having conversation about a relationship that should never be based on sex. It should be based on love and communication, trust, honesty, and loyalty. Because when you are 90 years old, when you're 80 years old, sex is not going to matter. What's going to matter is, can you get along when the man has erectile dysfunction? Can you get along when a woman is having hot flashes and menopause and she doesn't want to be sexual in that moment? Can you get along when you don't have a chemical release from your brain based on an orgasm? And that's what we need to be talking about. But nobody is practicing abstinence or monogamy to speak to the benefits of it and the clarity that comes from it.
Mm.
I'm just
First
like,
of all,
you know,
no, it makes,
we're just getting warmed up, by the way.
no, yeah, we are.
Yeah.
And first of all, it makes sense that 3 inches could work, because if you think about it, if a woman can orgasm off even like a finger, she can orgasm off a finger. It just makes sense. It ain't no, your finger ain't got no damn length and girth. It's a damn finger.
Exactly.
Right. So it makes sense that that actually is possible, but that love piece is key. And a lot of women that disagree are probably women who have been probably having sex absent of love. So they don't understand what that even feels like.
They have no clue, because most women, it's so many women. And this one thing that we have to clarify. When you're in conversation, for the sake of conversation, you have to say men and you have to say women.
Right.
But it ought to be common sense that you're not speaking about every single man and every single woman.
Good disclaimer.
That's what destroys every comment section of people saying, oh, it's saying every. No, who said that?
Right.
Like, that's common sense. So here's the thing. Most women have never had a man take his time and make love to her mind without the body being a requirement in that same night or that same week, but just make love to the mind through quality time and conversation to the point that she is ready to rip his clothes off and he is not trying to take it there with her, because he wants to know who she is as a person and not just as a sexual object. So when you actually take that time as a man and you can be abstinent in a actual relationship and you can make love to one another's mind, you become best friends. So now that you're best friends and you're in love, this is when you learn that sex is a plus, not a priority. And your sex could be absolutely amazing, but it's still a downgrade from your quality time and your conversation, because it is way more fulfilling to have mental stimulation than just physical stimulation. So people are so beholden to the size of a man, this about a woman, because they are having casual sex. They're doing it without love. They're doing it without communication. They're doing it without knowing the person they're with, because they're doing it inside of 30 days. They're doing it on the first night. They're doing it in the first week. So then you don't know this person. So he has to have this length and this girth because you don't know him. So you have to be stimulated physically, and vice versa. A man has to have a woman who knows every trick in the book because he doesn't care for her. He doesn't love her. And so we're making it so surface level, and it's way deeper than that. And honestly, that's why our relationship's failing.
Wow. So I'm like, so listen, Tony. See, TG, I know the conversation is stimulating when I see Tyshawn just over there licking his lips. He like, oh yeah, that's good. He thinking that's a clip.
No,
That's a clip.
My lips, and my lips is dry as hell. I know we got some lip balm in here.
So look, get Tyshawn this lip balm, Delano, but we got to get through some of these super chats.
Yes, please. Let's go ahead and read them.
And this is the thing, while I'm getting the super chats ready, Tyshawn, if you can go ahead and drop the link in for the StreamYard.
Oh,
so guys, we are getting ready to take call-ins. Tyshawn is going to drop that link. Now, once you click that link, you're going to be sent to what's called the back room. So when it says that you in, just hang tight because we're going to bring you up when we're ready for you. But the thing is, you want to go ahead and hit that link to come in early. So that way, as soon as we're ready for you, we can go ahead and pull you up to ask your question directly to TG. Now, this is the thing. I'm gonna get through some of these super chats, man. Some of them going crazy. Shout out to Bay and Tessie for joining the Initiate family. Just a couple of good ones I'm gonna read. So this one right here, absolutely 100% true, Mr. Gaskins. I like that one. This podcast is epic. Shout out to Denise Jones and Judith Sakala. She says, "Thank you, TG." And shout out to Letitia. She says, "Yes, brother." But look, I'm gonna get to some of these actual questions, and I got a good one on here. So. Let me see where this one's at. So Teresa, shout out to Teresa. She says, aside from yourself, TG, do you have recommendations of any positive influences to check out and how to truly vet whether or not a relationship advice giver is worth listening to?
The only one I see right now is the closest thing to it is RC Blake's. That's the only one that I've seen that, and I don't necessarily watch his content, but he's married and he shows his wife. That doesn't mean everything. That's not foolproof, but that's closest to it. That's out there doing. I really, nobody else comes to mind. And even with RC, he is still like, he started after me and he's older than me. And when he got started, I didn't necessarily care for his stuff because a lot of the topics were like my same titles. So I didn't know if he was emulating. And my dad wrote a book called 8 Mistakes Women Make in Relationships. And he had a video that was like 8 mistakes or 10 mistakes women make in relationships. So I was trying to see like, okay, is he emulating? But the women seem to say, he's been solid. He's been consistent.
The ladies like him.
They like him.
Yeah.
And then what I see from him, because he's not afraid to show his wife and because he's not afraid to talk about marriage and really represent it, that's the closest thing to it. But outside of that, and to be honest with you, it's like, it shouldn't be a whole list, a bunch of names, because when you doing something and you doing it the right way, it's going to take time. But I would never recommend listening to somebody who does not have even perceivably what you want. And even then, it's still, you only could believe half of what you see, because we could be married and be showing that, and it could be all for clicks and likes and for money. But I don't see that with RC. What I do see with him that he'll learn over time is brand alignment.
Okay.
So that's what I learned, is you can't align your brand with people who are sacrilegious and people who are not trying to change and people who, are not, who just playing with the name of God. And so I feel like once he realized that everybody can't be stamped,
You know what? We're going to talk about that in a minute, because you know what? I'm not going to get into it. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Shout out
what
to
I want y'all to do when y'all come in here, by the way, because we pinned the actual link to join in the chat. You don't come straight in, guys. You come in the backstage, turn your cameras on so I can see that you have a camera. Make sure you got some decent lighting, and we'll bring y'all up one at a time so we can have a conversation. So when you come back here, you put your name in, make sure, and you click that link. It's in the chat. We're dropping it in the chat right now. Put your name in. You're going to be backstage, and we'll let you guys up as you guys come on. But go ahead.
Shout out to Atlanta Street Interviewer. Shout out to Lady in Pursuit. Shout out to Shortcake TV. And shout out to Jalaya Allen. She says, Tony, what is the difference between love and knowing you want to marry? I love that person, but I don't know if I'm in love with that person.
If a woman is asking that question, then she should consider moving on. Because a woman is created for love. A man wasn't created for love. A man was created to govern and to build. And men have to learn love. But love is more innate for a woman. So if a woman has to force herself to fall in love with a man, then that's most likely the wrong man. Unless she's looking at it through the wrong lenses. Because sometimes women are seeking approval and not love. So they want a man that they look up to, a man that's out of their league, a man that they couldn't get in high school, because if they can get him, that means that they are somebody and they're worthy, and they're hanging on that approval of a man. And they could be looking right at a man who is on their level, and they're looking down at the man because he's not someone that they look up to. And so that's the only time where it's a little different. But I don't recommend moving forward if you have checked your heart and you know you're operating from the right place and you know you're not seeking approval, and yet you still cannot truly love this person.
I like that counsel right there.
That's good counsel.
Shout out to Andrea and shout out to Ochanya. I hope I got that right. Let me know how to spelling on that. And guys, I see the super chats coming in. Just keep in mind, $10 or above, we're going to read them and we're going to give them directly to TG. And this is the thing as well. If it's not a question, I'm not going to read it. Not because we don't want to, but just because we want to keep the show flowing and keep the show nice and smooth. Because we got, shout out to Wonderfully Made and Eugene Steele for sending over the super chats. But guys, remember, we want to keep the show running smooth. So at $10 or above. And shout out to Bria. She says almost 2K. No, over 2K in attendance. And Bria, let me tell you, Bria, we got to see that badge by your name. We need you in that badge because you repping that strong, Bria. We got to have that badge next to your name.
And look, listen, we actually got some people. It's filling up back here backstage. So let's bring
my goodness,
some of these amazing ladies up here, and we're going to let them ask a question. So the first lady that I'm going to bring up from backstage.
And where the fellas at? We got to get the fellas
Let's
in there
get a fella up on here too. I want to bring Delaney Ford up on here. Welcome. Yes, the camera is on you now. You are on this joint. What's up? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh my goodness, look, you got that soft voice.
That's amazing. Listen, what I want you to do, if you can please give me your age, your location, as well as your question, okay?
Okay, so I'm from Maryland. I'm from Columbia, Maryland. I am 24 years old now. And my question is, I'm in a relationship. It's been like 4 years. I'm not 4 years. It's been like 4 months right now. But we've been talking for like 2 years. And my question is, we go through a lot of arguments, and it seems more so of like the guy's dominant, and I'm not submissive, but I'm more tender like. And so my question is, when it comes to like happiness, and is it really for me, the relationship, or should I just leave it alone? Is it safe to say that when you argue too much and you go through too much things, can you just let it go when the dominance is overpowering, the person wants to control, if that makes sense?
Yes, you can let it go. And what you have to realize about men is men don't even begin to be a man until the age of 25. So if you are under 25 and you dating a man, you're dating a boy. And the only way he's a man is that's like 1 out of 1,000. And that's very, very rare. So I think women really have to learn to stop focusing on men before the age of 25 and stop focusing on guys who not even 25 yet, because it's guys 45 still running game.
Facts.
So you still a baby. And before marriage, it should be, that is truly the honeymoon phase. Like, yes, you're going to go through some tough conversations and things like that, but it should be relatively smooth before marriage, because when you get in marriage, familiarity breeds contempt. So in marriage, whatever you dealt with in dating will be multiplied by 3, because a person will be complacent and they will be comfortable. When I went on Oprah and was telling my story, the other guy that was on there telling his story, his wife said when they got married, he started choking her and abusing her after they got married. But before the marriage, it was just arguing, cursing, yelling, and all that type of stuff. So that's what you have to realize. If it's knocked down, drag out, and y'all only been together 4 months, but you've been talking for 2 years, that's a clear sign that he doesn't really want you, because he doesn't know what he wants. and he doesn't know who he wants. And that's why we got a lot of single men today over 40 who still are not in a relationship, because they are just torn about who to choose. Because as soon as you get one woman, the next day it's another woman who has something better or different. So right now I feel like you kind of need to focus on yourself, kind of pull back a little bit. And what I call human physics, when you pull back, they
Yeah.
come closer. When you chase, they run.
Mm-hmm.
So you may need to rethink this, but based on what you said, it's a whole lot of red flags.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And is
Thank
it
you.
Delaney?
Yes, it's Delaney.
Delaney, look, thank you so much for that question. I hope TG took care of you. I
Yes.
want to see you in this chat. And as a matter of a fact, and it's for most of my people that come up here and give me a call, I want you to actually, whatever you choose to do, make sure you keep us updated with what's
Yeah.
going on in your relationship. Info
Okay.
at hardlyinitiated.com. If you want to
Okay.
go ahead and keep reaching out, letting us know, keep us tapped in, you can go ahead and send us information to that
Okay.
email. Okay.
Thank you.
You be blessed.
Shout out to the young ladies too. The young ladies learning a little bit more every day about love. That's dope.
Man,
Facts.
but it's scary though, because I read a stat one time that the most domestic violence happens between the ages of 20 and 24. And so
Wow.
it's a very volatile time. And we need to be giving better advice to that younger generation. But what they're mostly hearing is all just sex-based content, and not about building real relationships on a firm foundation, because sex will never be a firm foundation. And so they're not learning how to communicate. They're just learning how to have chemistry in the bed.
Wow. No, listen, that's a fact. As a matter of fact, I have another young lady here ready to come up, and I think I don't want to butcher her name here. Her
Get
name
it right, Ty.
is it Shavariel? I hope I got it right.
Ooh, let's
What's the
find
name? Did
out.
I get it right?
No, but it
Hold on, wait.
sounded
You got to mute the
different
show in the
though.
back, by the way. You sound really low. Go ahead, mute the show in the back because I can hear myself echoing. I don't like to hear my voice.
Okay, hold on.
There you
Is
go.
that better?
She still sound a little low, don't she? Hey, let me know in the chat. And
Okay. I turned it up a little bit more. Does that sound better?
yeah,
And can
it's
we turn her up? Is that
just
possible?
just turn her up.
Okay,
So
no
how
worries.
about
Let's try it.
this?
Let's try it.
Just make sure too your mic is not right on the very bottom of the
Okay.
table because that could also throw an echo and kind of cause it to block the speaker a little bit. But go ahead. What's your age, location, and your question?
Okay, so is it okay I don't share my age?
Okay.
Is that
Oh,
Uh,
okay?
that's fine.
Okay.
Hold on,
So
wait, hold
my
on, wait, hold on, wait,
question
hold on, wait, hold on, wait. TG, is
Okay.
that okay? If she don't show the age,
Yeah, I don't care. I don't
okay.
care.
I like to get to age because it does give our listeners perspective on what this person might be going through, what age. Not that you can go through something at any age, but
Right.
Yes.
But go ahead.
But my name is Shavariel, and I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm actually a Blessed Tribe member with TG. So, hi, Mr. Gaskins. Good to
Hey.
see you, and good to see you, fellas, from Hardly Initiated.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
my question thank you for your time. My question is, as far as with a single woman and she's waiting before marriage, so celibate, um, and the topic comes up when she's speaking to a gentleman. And the question is that a lot of men ask, which is understandable, you know, is that something you would like to get into intimately? And normally the answer is, I'm not prepared or I'm not ready for that yet. But I notice a lot more men like to push it just to see or just to attempt to get me to say, or another young lady to say, well, no sex before marriage, just so that there can be like a gaslighting almost to say, well, you modern women, that's what I get a lot. You modern women from the podcast that these guys watch, or just to see like from the voices that they hear on other podcasts, that is that something that women are gearing toward in order to take things slower in a relationship. So you're weeding out all of the one night stands, all of the toxicity out of a relationship. How do you transition from that initial statement of I'm not ready yet, and then a guy saying, okay, well, are you waiting before marriage? That's the part that's getting women from what I can see, a little tripped up because you don't want to display that. In TG, I know, believe me, I know no sex before marriage, but how does a woman transition from I'm not ready to just um, I'm just not ready. And I'm not saying I want to wait before marriage to let him know that off rip because we don't want to give our stuff away in the
Right.
beginning.
Okay, and hold on 1 second because it looks like I think in the chat they actually struggling to hear you. So I'm gonna actually reiterate what you said for the people, and it's a
Okay.
slight echo. So we're gonna answer your question off air. And give me the pronunciation one more time.
It's Shavariel.
Shavaria, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So pretty much Shavariel is and by the way, TJ, you got a question?
Yeah. She said she is wondering, how do you transition from telling a man, I'm not ready for sex, to telling him you're waiting until marriage, or not telling him you're waiting until marriage? And so this is a pressure question that a lot of guys are asking. And essentially, you have to kind of look at it differently. It's more so like men have a poker face, and men are go getters, men are gamblers. So it's kind of like if you playing poker and the man is saying, hey, tell me what your hand is. What cards do you have? That's essentially what he's asking you when he's saying, are you waiting until marriage? And that question is a telltale question, because what he's telling you is he's only interested in waiting with you, or he's only interested if you're not waiting. So what you have to realize is that is something that you answer him, I'm not ready. I'll know when I'm ready. Then he'll say, are you waiting? I didn't say that, but I said, I'll know when I'm ready. Essentially, you don't have to give a definite answer about what you're doing with your body, because that is one of the things that women fail at, is feeling like that you have to tell a man everything that he asks, when we as men do not tell a woman everything she asks. And a lot of questions that women ask, men lie to the woman about the answer. So naturally, a player, a grown boy, he wants you to show his hand, show your hand, so he knows whether he should pursue you or not. So that's all that is. And to be honest with you, you have to get to the place to where you can say that's none of your business and not be afraid, because you are an adult and you're talking to an adult, and he would tell you what's not any of your business. So if you don't know any other way to say it, just be direct. Just say, hey, this is something that I'm not ready to do. I don't know when I'll be ready to do it. I don't know who I'll be ready for, but I'll know them when I see them. So just be very real and direct. And the reason why you should not say you're waiting until marriage is because you don't know. Because with the right music, with the right wine, with the right event, with the right conversation, you don't know what your body is going to feel, and you don't know if you can abstain or withhold that pressure. And so if you are dealing with a player and he's coming at you in that way, and you say, I'm waiting until marriage, and then he unleashes every trick in the book on you, and then you sleep with him, now he has lost respect for you, because he will look at what you said as a game. He'll say, oh, you were trying to say that to look classy, but you knew you were not waiting. And I just proved to myself that y'all Christians are hypocrites and liars. So never say a promise. It's okay to say, I'm not ready, and to stand on that.
There you go. There you go. Straight from TG. And as a matter of fact, what we're gonna do here, because it looks like we actually got our we actually put one of the wrong links out. So we're actually re-putting the link out for you ladies, because some of y'all are actually in the wrong room. So check this out, y'all. We're getting this video together. We're getting this video right. So y'all just be patient here with us. But this is gonna be a plot twist for the night. And TG, if this is okay with you, I want to actually do this, because you never know who's watching the show. And it's actually interesting here that I actually have on here the brother Ace Metaphor actually
What?
just entered
The chat?
it, just entered the video.
That's crazy.
And I think he wants to actually respond on his perspective, because the brother is literally in here backstage right now
Wow.
as I'm taking video calls. Now, if that's okay, do you mind me bringing up Ace again? Let him say his point?
Oh my.
Ace. So I'm actually about to bring Ace up here to the forefront. And
What's going on?
Ace,
Yo,
what
Ace,
is
what is
popping with you,
good?
Ace? We got
And I
Ace
had to.
TV live in effect. What's up, Ace?
And you know when you got to go to the basement and turn on the studio lights and say, "What's up, man? What's going on?"
Hey,
Tony,
yo,
nice to
everybody
meet
knows
you
this
officially.
everybody knows this setup right here, Ace.
This
Yes,
is
sir.
incredible.
How y'all been, brothers?
Good, man.
We
Good.
blessed.
Yeah, glad you joining us, man. Look, glad you got the production set up too.
And
Got that lighting going.
Yeah, and see the thing about it is, Ace, I'm actually it's interesting that you came up here. Shout out for you being on the Harley initiated video right now. Obviously, you know, Tony has made the way he feels and his stance clear about making sure that people are able to get the best guidance possible from the coaches and the experts in the space. And your platform actually was one that was mentioned. So what's your take and what's your perspective on what was stated?
So
And first, did you hear what was stated?
Yeah, I'll rewatched it. You know, everybody, internet is funny. They tag you real fast. So here's the thing. I respectfully disagree with my brother there. And the reason why I disagree is because there are all sorts of people from all sorts of walks of life. While I understand your perspective as a married man, brother, and this is also tagged along to the Instagram post that you guys made a couple of weeks ago. While I do understand your perspective, there are so many people right now struggling with dating, getting in and out of situationships, relationships, getting their heart broken. And even then, I can say to you, brother, that maybe you're out of touch there. You know what I'm saying? So there are people that I bring on my panel that have walked and touched all different parts of life. This woman may be able to speak to this particular experience. This man may be able to speak to that particular experience. And that might reach somebody in that audience a little bit differently than you can. It doesn't mean that it's better, worse, or indifferent. It just means there are different perspectives. To think that all human beings are monolithic, that our walks of life all take the same course and the same path, and that there's one set of advice to give to all different people, to me seems out of touch, and it disqualifies a lot of people's personal experiences. One of the things I want to correct real quick that I heard that was spoken, now that we know the name is on there, like, we do have married people on our panel. That was the most confusing part about the whole thing. There are married people and there are actual relationship coaches and professionals that we bring. We have had therapists, we have had life coaches, we have had mentors, we have had people that are actively in the community be regular parts of our discussions. And so I just felt like it was a little bit of misinformation, and it comes from not actually, observing what we got going on. But I
observe what you have going on. But let me ask you this: what is the purpose of dating?
It depends on who you asking.
My
purpose, if you ask me specifically,
in the scope of society, in the scope of family, what is the purpose of dating?
For some people, for a large percentage of the people, the scope of dating, if you're being intentional, is to find a husband or wife.
Correct. So,
but let me ask you this question, a follow-up question. Is that the reason why everyone dates?
Is that the reason
why everybody dates? Is that the reason?
But what I'm saying is we shouldn't promote what the devil doing. We shouldn't promote what is disadvantageous. So if someone is dating for sex, if someone is dating for fun, us as people with a platform should be promoting what is going to benefit society, not what is going to confuse society. So Albert Einstein said you cannot solve a problem from the same level it was created. So having people who are dating, talking to people who are dating, someone who's dating can't help someone who's dating, because the goal of dating is marriage. So a married person can tell someone who is dating, this is what you need to look out for while you're dating. This is what you need to check off. This is what you need.
When the last time you've been actively dating multiple people? When the last time you actively been dating? Like, not your wife, but you've been in a dating market.
This is what you have to understand.
No, so it's the question. You asked me a very direct question. I gave you an answer.
I'm answering you. I'm
okay,
answering
go ahead.
you now. Dating is principle based. It doesn't matter if it's 2023 or 1903. A relationship is based on principles, not the culture, not the trend, not the fad. Love does not change. love stays the same because God is love and God does not change. Love is not contingent upon strip clubs and pornography and Instagram and social media. So the same way that my wife and I dated is the same way that people who will have a healthy marriage date today. But what you're trying to say is that we should date differently today because it's 2023. And that's not true, because a relationship is based on principles. So
Now,
what I'm
is
teaching
that
is
let me
dating
before you go forward, let me
still
say
works.
this. I want to be very clear here. Specifically, I said people are not monolithic. Right now, you're bringing in God, devil, the Bible, and those are your particular principles, and I respect that, brother. I grew up religious too. I respect what you're saying. Dating, the main purpose of dating, it should be to find a mate. People shouldn't have sex before marriage. From the biblical perspective, I understand your perspective, brother, but I'm not going to dismiss your perspective simply because it doesn't align with mine or this person's or that person. I think the particular problem isn't me saying that your take is wrong. I respect it. I enjoy listening to your content. But to say how things should work for all people and dismiss everyone else that doesn't speak your particular alignment, to me, it's irresponsible. And the reason I say that is because there are all sorts of people doing all sorts of things, loving all sorts of ways. And if you think that your way is the only way that works, brother, I commend you. I'm just saying there are people from all walks of life that need to hear other perspectives, either to solidify theirs or make them curious about another way that could work better for them. Brother, the one thing you said that was really interesting to me
You telling me who
is,
you're working for.
you said what?
You're telling me who you're working for.
And that's why a lot of people look,
But meaning you
when
telling
you say that,
when
you say that, you go, when you and what you and what you're saying,
you're working to provide a platform for all of the voices, for all the different types of people, because people are not a monolith. So
right.
the voices that you are giving a platform to have no success if they are not in a healthy relationship.
I
And
just told you that there are people on our panel that are married.
exactly, that's not
Let
what's
me,
Right.
being
Ace,
posted.
hey, I got a quick question here, Ace, because just to see if there's even any common ground, do you feel like there are some people who should not be putting out relationship content? Do you also feel like there is a group of people who you would deem unqualified to speak on these topics?
Personally,
Yes.
um, man, it's real interesting. I'm so busy with my play, brother, that I don't really look across the aisle. There are content creators that I don't particularly vibe with. I don't like their rhetoric. I don't like the way they speak to women in general.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
but there
I'm
are
I'm not being specific about any
Mhm.
one person. I just mean like,
Yeah.
do you more so, because obviously Tony pretty much stands on, if you're not married,
Mhm.
like you should not necessarily be putting out this work.
I think that's probably to respectfully, man. I think that is
Or you just have to
that is
frame the conversation. You have to frame
I
the
think,
conversation. You have to say,
but I
this is not relationship advice. This is my dating experience. This,
brother, I don't really think that I don't
this my
to your
dating
point,
experience.
to your point, and to answer the question before, do I feel like that there are people that are not qualified to give general advice or relationship advice to a large percentage of the population? Absolutely. I think that there's people that are not qualified to my metrics. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with somebody getting up here and saying this is why I think this or I think that. But what I am saying is for us to not acknowledge the diversity in people and thought processes and ways in which relationships and love can work for many different people, that to me is hard to wrap my head around. um that's the thing that I want to say. It's hard for me to wrap my around it sounds elitist. It sounds like, you know what I'm saying. And then when you said something, Tony, respectfully, when you say you're working for the other side, brother, that's why a lot of people struggle. Because I think you're implying that the other side is the devil, right? Is that what you're implying?
Meaning you working for the other side of providing confusion. because if you have 6 voices on a stage and there's 6 different messages, people leave more confused than they came. And if the people who we are seeing by the millions are not saying anything worthwhile, but it's a meaningless back and forth conversation that does not bring a solution, that does not help us build families, that does not help us better raise children, that does not help us climb the ladder as a people, as a group who are struggling economically, struggling relationally, struggling in every way. When we provide conversations that only bring confusion and don't bring clarity,
It don't
that's
seem
what I
like
mean by you working
it
for the
don't seem
other side.
it
You
don't
working for
seem like it really don't seem like, in my opinion, you actually pay much attention to what we got going on over here, brother. And that's respectfully. I'm
Let me ask
respectfully
you, let me
saying
ask
that.
you this.
I'm,
Let me
I'm respectfully I'm respectfully saying when you can use the adjectives you want to use, and then you don't empty messages. You can use all these adjectives, but just because you're making these blanket statements, that's why I said it's dangerous. It's dangerous when you making blanket statements
brother,
without having all the factual information.
Statement. It's not a
It
blanket.
is a blanket statement. You're making
I'm
blanket
living.
statements
I'm
and you
living.
putting people's names in it. You
I'm
putting
living
people's
this.
names in it.
I'm living this as a husband and a
Your
father,
truth
which is successful for our
for you.
and for our community. It's not just for me. Principles are principles. So,
Right,
so
but your principle, you're not the only person with principles.
you're promoting casual sex. You're promoting
Who?
hookup culture. And then you say you
Who
bring it. Let
who
me ask you this. Let me ask you
who are
this. Let
you?
me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You having a conversation? You having a conversation. You watching me online. You say you appreciate my message. Why haven't you called me to your conversation?
You know what? Why he doing all that? Look, why he doing all that? Now listen.
That's
Why
my
he doing?
point.
Look, he doing all that. Hold on,
You
hold
say
on,
you
whoa, whoa,
bringing
whoa.
all the voices. You say you bringing all
Hold
the
on,
voices.
whoa.
say
You doing all that?
every
You
side.
doing all that?
How
And
you
hold
not
on.
gonna call somebody who got 3.5 million people online and have been in the trenches since 2007, but you bringing all the sides? You ain't bringing all the sides. You ain't bringing
Hold
all the
on.
sides. You
Hold
bringing the
on.
side that you want to bring, and then you trying to take me to task for my words, and you trying to hold me for every word, but you didn't catch that you just call what you doing a play. I call what I do purpose.
What do you? I don't know what you mean about a play.
You just said I'm so focused on my play.
My plate, PLATE, plate. This is the last. I messaged you March 10th. Yo, would love to feature you on my podcast. We're shooting April 28th, 29th. Any interest? And then it was like an automatic reply that said you don't receive messages, so I didn't attempt that way again. Brother, like,
yeah,
respect,
bro. I got a website, man. You know how to reach me. I got a website.
Man, I'm 35, brother. We do things a little differently.
I'm 39, bro. Don't act like you at another generation.
So here's the thing. It sounds like we might be seeing TG on the next
tonight's conversation.
That's what it sounds like.
With just him and Ace, by the way. That's enough. That's enough for the stage. Just him and Ace.
Because you can't put this Ace. You can't put a brother like this on the stage with anybody that's even halfway single. Now here's the thing. Here's what I want to ask about this.
I don't mind being single people. What I'm saying is frame the conversation. We can't let it go out as relationship advice. This is a single experience, or this is a hookup experience, or this is I'm divorced and I'm telling you what went wrong in my marriage. But this is going out to the millions as relationship advice. And so what I'm saying is, if you send the message of a single man who is having sex with women and dating, if you send that message viral, give the equal pressure and push of the therapist that you say you have on there, or the married person that you say you have on there who is happy and healthy, and do that split test of A and B so that it balances the conversation. Anytime I see something from tonight's conversation, it's on the same side of the line. And it is very confusing. I don't know what I just heard, what the purpose of it was. It's a man arguing at a woman arguing at a man, and there's no solution. There's no takeaway. It's all sensationalism. And one thing that I know is happening is money is being made, but there's no progress being made. And then a lot of times, if it's progress, we're gonna feel it. And so my thing is, I'm not with the confusion and the games. I'm very direct in what I say. I'm very real about what I stand on. And at this stage in our life, especially in the Black race, we need results. We need solutions. We need progression. We need
Yeah,
we need healthy families, and
So,
we
hey,
need
look,
marriage.
I keep saying, hold on. I want to respond to that because
okay.
what again,
Are you married?
no, I'm not. Again,
So how
what
you
I'm
having all these
hold tight,
conversations?
hey, brother, I done let you get your long little monologues out, and I just want to respond.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying to you is, I wish you would say I more when you speak. This is how I feel. This is what I think. This is the path. Because my only issue with what you're saying is you're not including that. Brother, if that works for you, great. But you have to understand the people that come ask questions that are at our shows, they're asking about them having casual sex. They're asking about this heartbreak that they didn't experience. They're asking about how do they find themselves again, how to have self-forgiveness, how to do this, that, and other. They're asking about a host of different things, brother. And sometimes I'm the most qualified person to speak to their experience or to give them advice on it. Sometimes it's Kitty. Sometimes it's Trip, the person you said, oddly, never been that guy, but I've known Trip since we were kids and he's always been that guy. My point I'm trying to make is it would probably benefit to do a little bit more homework here. You know what I'm saying? And that's me being respectful. And then when you speak to every clip that you've seen, every 60-second clip that you've seen may speak more about your algorithm than you think. Brother, we post a host of different clips. If you go down our page right now, you'll see 4 or 5 clips on forgiveness. You'll see 4 or 5 clips on motherhood. You'll see 4 or 5 clips on us progressing as Black people in this country. And my point is, even further, if you want to actually watch the episodes, you'll get a further context. Brother, I can't speak for your algorithm, brother. Yes, we post a host of different.
You're not on my algorithm. I'm just correcting you. You're not on my algorithm.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I let you finish your monologues.
No, I just don't want you to put out false things because we do grab
like you are.
I'm just letting you know that it's not from my algorithm.
Right. So if you haven't, so what I'm saying is, if you haven't properly, this is my thing, and I respect your work, and I would love to have you on the panel. I think even coming to a show, you would see how different of an experience than what you think it actually is, how it would be. But what I would say is this: whether it's your algorithm or not, whether it's people sending it to you or not, yes, we post we host and field a whole bunch of different questions from people from different walks of life and experiences. And so, yes, one question may be quote unquote sensationalized, but that was a real question from an audience member. This question may be like, man, how do I find my confidence again after postpartum depression? And that's a clip that got just as many viral views. This question might be about somebody having casual sex and being flown out. But this question was about a woman saying, you know what, I feel like a single mother, even though I'm married. What do I do? And that clip got 10, 15 million views too. I can't speak to just a few clips that you've seen. And so when you're using that to frame, hold on, excuse me. When you're using that to frame and say,
hey, calm down though, bro. Because you getting a little too much bass in your voice. So
hold tight.
Hey, Mr. Gaskins. Mr. Gaskins.
Let's
keep
Mr.
Gaskins.
Let's keep the conversation.
Mr. Gaskins, when you first of all, here's the thing. Anybody has watched my videos know I talk that way. Brother, when you say some stuff like that, you know what you're saying, dog. What I'm saying is you got on a platform and you're spreading misinformation. You're spreading misinformation. You say don't spread misinformation about an algorithm, but you got on this platform and you've already admitted that you ain't really deep dived in our content and you speaking as if you know what we are doing. And so when you want to take your bait,
listen, I got a question.
That's what he's doing.
One second.
Hey, so let me ask you this question because we got the super chats coming in, and I think this is a question that the chat really wants to know. And shout out to Beautified by Lorraine. She says, if the goal is marriage, how can someone give relationship advice that leads to a successful marriage if they are not married?
So the answer to the question is, if that person's individual goal is marriage. I want to first say that. If that person's individual goal is marriage, that's one thing. And for that being said, there are people, to Tony's point, that have navigated that course and can give better insight if the goal is to be married. and you can look at to their track history. This is why we have married people on our panel.
Okay.
But not everybody's goal in dating is marriage. Brothers, you know, for every one person that's dating to try to find marriage, there's 3 or 4 people dating just to find themselves. There's 4 or 5 people dating in an experimental way. There's 6 or 7 people dating just to distract themselves from a heartbreak. So not everybody that's out here dating is dating to be married. And some people are dating just for fun. They're dating from a recreational sense. We can up here on this podcast say, oh, in a perfect world, everybody would be dating for marriage. But this world ain't perfect. Most of your listeners have been led on or misled or time has been wasted on somebody they thought was intentionally dating, but that person was just recreational or experimental dating. So my point is, yes, if the goal is marriage and 2 people link and both of their goals are united as marriage, yes, a spiritual path for that is and spiritual advice is a good place to start. Somebody like Tony will be a great place to start, but getting to a person and finding a person and avoiding people that are not there to get you there is also a path too. And there are people that have been in this dating situation so long that they know how to recognize red flags a little bit better than people that haven't. And so those people have a voice too, and those people reach people too. So for us to act like we live in this idealistic world where everything is how it should be, and we're not dealing with a whole bunch of BS in this dating situation, I just think is out of touch for real.
Now let me say this, because it's some people in the chat now that's a little worried. The thing is, both of y'all are leaders in the space, regardless of who likes what. Both of y'all got millions of.
Man, that man told me to take some bass out of my voice, and that crossed the line to me.
Listen, Ace,
that was crossing the line.
Cross the line when you got the bass in your voice, bro. You hear what I'm saying?
Bro, I always got bass in my voice.
Guys, listen, I really don't want to have to end this conversation.
Keep the love,
because I do got just one more question. Because like I was saying,
I feel like that was unprofessional. It really was.
Hey, stop with the gaslighting. It was unprofessional with you yelling. So we having a conversation. Fellas. And what you got to realize is what I'm telling you is I understand.
Yo, have you seen any of my videos, bro?
Yes, I've seen your videos.
How do I do my videos?
What did I say?
Wait, fellas, I don't want to get too caught up in the conversation about this. Because
that's what I try to tell y'all though. This is what I try to tell y'all. If y'all want to bring Ace on here, let Ace come on here and talk. If you bring me on here, let me talk. Because I don't where God bring clarity, the devil bring confusion. All this is
there you go again, bro.
More people. And so I stand on what I stand on, bro. I draw a line in the sand. You trying to placate to everybody and their mama. I don't care about what this lifestyle, that lifestyle. I'm focused on what's better for the people. And one thing that I see is that a 2-parent household with healthy love is always going to be a child's choice if they have a choice. If they forced to be with one parent, then they will accept that. But if they get to choose, they're going to say, I want 2 parents in the home, exemplifying love, supporting me. I could talk to this parent about this. I could talk to that parent about this. Life is not about doing what makes us feel good and what we want. Life is about purpose, and it's about doing what hurts sometimes. Life is about doing what we have to do, not what we want to do. Do you think as a man that I just want? It's not that I just want to be with one woman. I have to die out to myself. I have to crucify my flesh for the good of my family, for the good of society, for the betterment of the world. So yes, somebody may want to just hook up. Somebody may be dating to heal. But when they want to do that, we need to be there to say, hey, you should not be dating to heal. You need to heal before you deal. You should not be dating to just hook up, because you are having sexually transmitted diseases, and you can catch a physically transmitted disease that alters your life. So it's not about just giving a platform. Not everybody want to live life legally, but we don't need to give a platform to people who want to live illegally. Not everybody want to do half of the things right, but we don't need to give them a platform for the sake of let's let everybody speak when they speaking from their mess. when they speaking from their brokenness, when they speaking from their pain. So it's a time and a place for everything. And you give a space to people who are doing what is good for society as a whole. It's not just about making money. It's not just about touring and being famous. And the thing about it is if you're having these conversations every night on tonight's conversation, and the conversation is productive, then you should be able to see one of the multiple millions of women who are qualified to be your wife. So if your own conversations can't help you find your wife and settle down and be married and have a family with your wife, then what is the point of these conversations if the creator can't even benefit from it? So that's my
Brother,
point.
Ace,
brother,
Ace,
hold on. Let me respond to them. See, hold on. No, let me respond to my man.
No, I got you. I want you to give a closing statement here because we're gonna wrap this one up. And Ace, if you really want to have another conversation continued, we're gonna talk outside of this. But please go ahead and give your closing statement here so we can continue the show.
What I'm saying is my man right there just throwing a whole bunch of he don't know what he talking about around. I'm in a committed relationship.
You showing
I'm
her?
working, brother. I let you every time I start to talk, you want to interrupt. I didn't interrupt you. I let you get your stuff off, bro. I even let you say you got too much bass in your voice. I let you get the whole little rah-rah out. What I'm trying to tell you is what my particular issue here is when you speak, brother, you're dismissing a whole bunch of other voices just because it doesn't sound like yours. What I said in the beginning of this conversation is I respect your voice, brother. It resonates with me because that's the way I grew up. So I've been a fan of yours for a while. I was disappointed in your clip though, because what you are saying is I have the only way to make this work. I and voices like me is how this can be more successful. No one is disagreeing about two-parent households. This is something we talk about routinely on tonight's conversation. No one is disagreeing with safe sex. We talk about that routinely, brother. We talk about routinely heal before you start dating. Find who you are before you link yourself with somebody. Identify your identity before you merge yours with another person. These are things we consistently talk about. My ending thought to you, man, is I would suggest before name dropping, maybe you do a little bit more research. And if you don't want to do more research, then maybe don't name drop. That's all I'm simply saying to you, brother, because I felt like even through talking to you now, I feel like you even admitted that you're not even tapped in. And if you're not tapped in, why are you giving opinions about things you ain't tapped in on? You the one that brought my name up, brother. You the one that keep bringing up money and fame and all this different stuff when you don't even know why my purpose is this. You ain't sat and had one conversation with me, but you insinuating on the internet. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I feel like that's disrespectful man to man, brother, because I ain't never spoke ill on your name online. I respect what you doing. Show some respect for other people that's doing similar things just for different people, brother. That's all I'm saying. And if you want to speak like that, cool. But you got to understand people might have a problem with it. And I have a problem because I feel like you're misinformed.
Well, Ace, listen, first of all, I appreciate you for coming up here and us having conversations as men that have two different perspectives and still able to talk it out today. Listen, I'm gonna hit you up outside of this conversation, but thank you so much for coming up on the platform. Your first time on Harlem Initiated. Thank you very much, brother. Okay.
Appreciate you, Ace.
All right, it's on. Peace.
Yes, sir. So, man, TG, how you feeling right now, man? After that conversation, because I know you haven't spoke to Ace in a very long time.
I've never spoke to Ace.
Ever?
He emailed me. I've never spoke to him,
Oh, wow.
because he said something. He said, "I respect you, brother. I respect what you stand on." I don't respect what he stands on, and that's what I'm telling him. Like I said, I respect RC Blake's. I respect what I respect, but I don't respect what he stands on, because what he's saying to me is that he's more focused on telling every story and having all of these voices. But what I know from panels, I've been doing events, producing events myself since 2012.
Yeah.
So over 10 years, what I know from panels is that the audience typically leaves more confused than they came, because if you ask 10 different people their opinion, you're going to get 10 different opinions. So what we have to do as leaders is we got to find our voice, and then we have to use our voice and we speak our message. So he's saying do a deep dive. I'm not going to do a deep dive into the kiddie pool. If I see all of these clips and they all are very shallow and surface level, why am I going to give an hour of my life to something that already tells me makes no sense for the grand scheme of things? So it's not about me dismissing voices. It's just that not everybody should be speaking. So and that's just a fact of the matter. Why do you think we got one speaker of the house and not 50? Not every voice should be speaking on things that affect people's livelihood, things that people are losing their life over, things that kids are being bullied and kids are growing up without a parent because of toxic relationship insight. And so the thing about it is if you're gonna have a conversation, you have to thoroughly balance the conversation. And so one of the guys who hit me up, who went on the conversation, was Anthony O'Neill. And Anthony is a single man. So when he hit me up, I'm like, well, why are you bringing Anthony on there? Anthony's single, and it seemed like the other people single. So I haven't heard of like somebody of notoriety and somebody who is proven, who has an audience, who their audience has said, hey, I trust you, and that's why the 1,000, the 100,000, or the million of us are supporting you because I trust you. I haven't seen nobody like that go on there. And so that's my point is, if you in the space and you dealing with relationships, then you need to have the people who done been in the trenches, who, because if I'm in there and somebody saying they doing this, they doing that, I'm gonna balance the conversation. I'm gonna let Buddy say what he's saying, but then I'm gonna say, listen, this is what you got to think about over here. You got to think about sexually transmitted diseases. You got to think about spiritually transmitted diseases, these soul ties. You got to think about the person that you sleep with. You could be the straw that broke the camel's back, and this person could come and take your life. That's what I'm gonna balance it like that. And that's what I am against. I'm against the one-sided conversations that don't have another side that is bringing clarity. Whereas if you're having a one-sided conversation and this side has proven track record, this side has success, this side has stability. So where I'm speaking, and he said, I'm only caring about my voice. This isn't my voice. I'm carrying a message of God. I'm carrying a message of family. This isn't something. I was in the streets. I was a womanizer. That's not my voice. I'm doing what I have to do. This ain't about me. It's about the message. And so that's the thing. That's what I feel like, people who, when your spirit is in the right place, you understand it. But one thing I was just reading is that when somebody say they respect me, I don't need anybody to respect. All I want to hear is God say, well done, my good and faithful spirit, my good and faithful servant. I don't care about a man or a woman's respect or disrespect. I'm gonna carry my message regardless. But one thing I just saw when I was reading my word, it said even demons know the name of God. That when Jesus showed up, they was like, whoa, what you doing here, Jesus? Hey, allow us to go into the swine. He said, all right, just get out them people. They went into the swine, ran the swine off the hill. So I expect to be known because what I'm speaking on, it has proven results. It's what the people need. And if you can, in your right mind, argue against monogamy, argue against stability, argue against faithfulness and marriage, and say, hey, I know that's good and all, but I'm going to provide a platform for this here debauchery and confusion. That don't make sense to me. And me, I just call a spade a spade. And so I do not respect what Ace is doing if he's not going to balance it with thorough people who have proven themselves over the test of time and still living right and doing the right thing. I don't respect it. And so that's one thing I know, not to say that I'm the only person you're supposed to call, but I ain't seen RC Blaze up there. And I have not been called to be up there in a formal way. And the thing about it is, I don't even want to go because I don't believe in throwing pearls to swine, meaning I don't believe in having a conversation if everybody in the room has been curated and committed to, say, being faithful to one woman and building love on principle is outdated. Like I'm not gonna go and sit and waste my time to talk to people who are committed to casual hookups and committed to all this craziness. That's a waste of my time. I want to go where people are saying, "Hey, I've done it this way. I've done the one night stands. I've done the threesomes. I've done the porn. I've done the strip clubs, and it left me broken and hurting. Now I'm looking for something different, a solution, and that's what I'm trying to bring. And it's not about me. It's not about my voice. It's not about the money. It's not about any of that. It's about us as a people, us as a society, and us doing what is uncomfortable. Us, like he said, he's in a committed relationship. Well, if you're providing a conversation on love and relationships and you're in a committed relationship, then show that off. Show that woman off. Let's see that this is what healthy dating looks like. This is what commitment looks like. Let's see that. That's all I'm saying is let's exemplify.
I can tell you overly passionate about what you're speaking about, which is excellent. And you know, I'm glad we brought Ace on for y'all to have a conversation. I didn't think it would go the way it went, but the reality of the situation is regardless of who agrees with what, both of y'all are leaders in the space. Now, and when I say leader, I'm solely talking about people and the audience. So it may not be how everybody else is defining leader. I'm solely talking about the audience that both you guys have amassed. And then the thing is, I see in the comments, hardly initiated is messy and all this kind of stuff. First off, we don't got to do extra for views.
That was not at all.
We don't got to do
part
that.
of the plan of this show whatsoever.
Yeah. And so I really don't like that. And but what I think that does show is that because Ace said that he got a bunch of people hitting him up, and I believe he did. And the same people that's in the chat talking about hardly initiated messy, y'all the same people that I'm sure was DMing Ace, hitting Ace up and saying, hey, go to hardly initiated XYZ is saying such and such.
See, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I mean, that's the reality of the situation because, and I know it's a lot of people, and you got the defenders, you got the TG defenders in here.
Yes.
And I appreciate them, but let's not cap. Y'all also watch Ace, because how else would he have found out about it? You get what I'm saying? So the reality is we had to bring both y'all on the platform. We didn't have to, but we did, to have this conversation. And now I understand a bit more about your perspective on these things. I really do.
Likewise.
Yeah, because
what do y'all understand? Explain that to me since y'all say that.
Because I'll explain it. I truly do understand that, like, you are a messenger of God. So at this point, it's anybody outside of that message, you will not be able to see eye to eye with, which is why the only person that you were able to speak to is a man that is going to be preaching from the word, which was RC at that point. So at that point, you are focused on the eternal truth from the book and not necessarily anybody that's going to be speaking on, current perspectives going on in dating, so on and so forth, which is it's a huge market for that, which is why, I mean, Ace has amassed an amazing following.
So see, this is the thing, Tony. The thing that me and Tyshawn have both come on here and talked about is the church, for example, not being absolute. The church is not, this is what we stand on. This is how it is, like it or don't like it. You are that. You are absolute.
We just had that conversation, and that's a really good point. We talk about how, unfortunately, the church is not in this conversation.
Right.
Like, the fact of it is, hardly initiated is in the conversation. Right. Think Tony's in the conversation. Ace in the conversation. Stefan's in the conversation. The church is not really in that conversation. So the culture is in the conversation. So the reality is, when I'm saying that I understand where you coming from, I understand that you in many ways speak against the culture is what I'm communicating.
And because the culture is some people like it like this, but other people like it like that. And some people like it like this. That's the culture.
Right.
The culture is very inclusive.
Right.
Whereas
it's what got Sodom and Gomorrah burned down, is what caused the flood, is what Jesus was talking about. Like, it's what we talk about, the narrow road and the broad road. Is what we talk about, sacrificing in the dark. Like, it's easy for us as men to go get a bunch of women. There's men of all looks, shapes, heights that got a bunch of women. But how many men do we see warring in the dark and being 100% faithful and then carrying that cross and talking about that life? That's far fewer than we see. I got all these women living this life over here. But guess what? The man who is monogamous, this faithful man who is sacrificing, who's crucifying his flesh, his son can count on him. His daughter can count on him. His daughter don't have to look up and see, man, my mom crying. Son don't have to look up, man, my daddy keep making my mom cry. Why is my daddy cussing my mama out? Why is my dad not coming home at night? Why is my dad unwilling to marry my mom? See, this is what I'm talking about. It's about clarity versus confusion. And so the thing about it is, I don't go nowhere that I'm not called. Meaning, it's a lot of people got my name in their mouth, but I'm not going and getting on live on they platform because they talking about me. And so where God come to bring clarity, the devil come to bring confusion. And what I'm telling Ace and Stephen and Mr. Let Go, anybody who is promoting fornication, you providing a platform for fornication, you providing a platform for shacking up, you providing a platform for gallivanting and strip clubs and one night stands, you playing a dangerous game. You playing a dangerous game. It's the same thing that I said to Kevin Samuels when I watched 3-4 minutes of his show and he laughed at a Christian woman for saying she's saving herself and she had a child. And a lot of people, when you mention these names, we so wrapped up in idolatry that we worshiping a man. And that's why the church is what it is in a lot of different churches, because people in the pews worshiping the man or the woman on the stage versus worshiping God. And so you are playing a dangerous game when you align yourself directly against your creator. And you say, I'm going to give a platform and a voice and honor to all of these things that are contrary to what the creator has instilled in place for us to be successful as human beings. It's a dangerous game. I would never align myself against God. And so when he said, hey, I respect you because I grew up like you, I used to be religious. That's the same thing that we saw happen over and over, where men used to honor God, used to respect God, but then the money, the women, the fame becomes a drug. And that's why I stay away from that. I stay away from trying to be famous and do these things. That's why I don't do anything tricky for the algorithm, because I'm not trying to be famous. So everything that God has given me, he has given it to me from being obedient. But one thing I tell everybody, the devil ain't gonna never let God's message go out and stand by itself. The devil always gonna bring up somebody else to have an opposing message. I seen somebody say, bring D1 on here. This ain't it. The reason why she said that is because we black men on two different sides. And when D1 was on here, he having a monolithic conversation. Rick Ross ain't come on here. Jim Jones ain't come on here. Meek Mill didn't come on here. So he able to express what God gave him to express without having to sit there and argue and go back and forth with men who working on the other side of it. And so that's what I'm saying is, like, I'm not here to bring confusion. I'm here to bring clarity. And the reason why I could bring clarity is because I've seen the fruit of the sacrifice. My son just sent me today, 16 years old. He does not curse. You know, if a child curse when they playing Madden and 2K and Fortnite and they screaming at the top of their lungs at their friend, they gonna curse.
Oh, yeah.
I stand in the kitchen and listen to my son at the top of his lungs. Never said a curse word. He's a starter on the highest level of soccer. Never said a curse word. Just had his first B in the 10th grade. and goes to a private school taking AP classes, advanced placement classes. Man just sent me his report card. B plus, his lowest grade. Then he got all A's and some A minuses at 16 years old, not cursing, not having sex. So I'm seeing the benefits of being married, being faithful, being focused, and then being favored. Same thing with my 9-year-old, straight A's, not getting in trouble in school. So that's why I'm bringing clarity, because I'm saying this is what we need. I was talking to my dad earlier today. I said, man, you think mama could be like a foster parent? Because when you done figured it out as a black man, we need to be raising more kids with this blueprint so we could put more successful kids into the world as productive, healthy citizens. But if our kids is watching their parents shack up, watching their parents fight, go to blows, watching all this confusion, all this chaos, what are we doing? So that's all it's about. Because every day I want to retire from this. I do not like doing this. You see, the consistency brand that I got, this necklace I got on that is up under my shirt. Most people, you got this necklace on, it's gonna be out your shirt. But I put consistency on it because I work with pro athletes and they spending $100,000 on these necklaces. So I went and found out how you can make the same diamond necklace for $3,600 so they don't have to spend $100,000. And I put consistency on the pendant because I'm trying to find a way that I could just go do something else, because this is painful work. This hard work. Just like Jesus talked to God and he said, can this cup be passed from me? I talk to God all the time. Lord, is there anything else I could do?
Now we pulled a poll up. Is marriage the only goal of dating? Yes or no? So make sure I answer that poll before I reveal that and before we get Tony's take on it. But what was I gonna ask you? So Tony, it's, you know, they ghost watchers, but it's, you know, when you listen to, let's say, rap music, you probably listen to Ghana and you listen to Lil Baby and you listen to this and you listen to that. So if you know, are a fan or a consumer of relationship content, more than likely you're going to listen to multiple people. Now, do you think it's possible if I'm listening to you, I'm listening to Ace, I'm listening to Stefan, anybody in this relationship space, is it possible for me to consume this information and at the end of my consumption, I still say, hey, even though I agree with what TG is saying, and I'm abstinent, I'm pro-marriage, I'm all of that, I can still learn some things from what these other people are saying without falling victim to maybe some of the negative things or the not so good aspects of it? Is it possible for me to listen to everybody and only take what's good from it?
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this: with this here bottle of water, if I told you, hey, I'm gonna fill up halfway right here with water, and the other half I'm gonna fill up with strychnine poison, you gonna drink it?
No, because it's poison.
You see what I'm saying? So you gotta be hot or you gotta be cold. If you lukewarm, you get spit out. And so what we have to realize is that's why I was telling people 80% of what I heard Kevin Samuel say was true, but the 20% will kill you. So if I give you 80% truth and I give you 20% poison, it will kill you. So if I'm telling you that, hey, if you go on a date after 5 p.m. with a man, you need to have sex with him, that can kill you. So that's my point, is we got to be 100. You can't be, and that is why, because these voices, because we're not a monolith, that's why we confuse. That's why we failing as a people, because we need to be one voice, one people. But because we want to be 50 million voices, that's why we can't have healthy marriages. That's why every day we see another person announcing their divorce. Just like the realtor here in Atlanta just announced her divorce. We follow each other on Instagram. Her husband cheating on her. You know why he cheating on her? Because he listened to these other voices. He not listening to me. Because if he listening to me, he gonna hear be faithful. I don't care how bad it hurt. I don't care who you want to sleep with. I don't care what you got going on. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care how good you look. Be faithful. Be 100% faithful. Stop entertaining fornication. Stop entertaining pornography. If I ran for president, I'm closing the strip clubs and I'm banning pornography, because that's the problem with our world. That's the problem with our country in itself, because we try to do everything that we end up doing nothing. The quote say, you chase two rabbits, you'll catch neither. So you got to be hot or you got to be cold. And that is why my audience comes to me. And when we talk one-on-one, every single day I'm hearing, Tony, I've been listening to you for 5 years. And I just caught herpes from having sex with a man. I just got pregnant. I just got jumped. But who else you watching? Oh, well, I listened to this guy over here, and I listen to this guy over here, and he does say some stuff, and I believe you and I agree with you. That's why I'm talking to you. But I'm like, yeah, but you leaving confused. And so that's our issue, is you got to pick a side. That's why when Buddy said, hey, I respect you. And I said, okay, great. I don't need that, but I draw a line in the sand. I don't straddle the fence. I pick a side. You can't be red and blue. You have to pick a side. You can't be black and white. You can't be just say, hey, I'm gonna do this over here and I'm gonna do. No, you got to say, I'm going to live like this or I'm going to live like this. Because if you choose to live like this and this is opposing to what your creator intended, you're on the other side. And you just can't be both.
Yeah. No, that's straight.
Shout out to the chat, by the way. We hit over 3,000 in chat.
And let me tell you, and everybody in here has your overwhelming support. I mean, to the message that you're giving. And let's close out this poll right here that you asked as well.
So I'm gonna close out the poll real quick. Is marriage, Tony? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I'm gonna close out this poll. Matter of fact, before I close out the poll, shout out to Bria for sending over the super to chat. Shout out to Soul Dating. Shout out to Judith Sakala. Judith, we love you. Judith, I can't wait to meet you in person. That's gonna be epic when we get a chance to do that. All of y'all are going crazy. Shout out to Shanae as well, one of our lovely initiates. Shout out to Bria, Lady in Pursuit, Sylvia, Pam, Betty Spaghetti, Clarity, Shanae, Mariota, Javis, and Pam King, all for either rejoining or joining the initiate family. And Bria, I'm gonna get to your question one bit, okay?
And we're closing out backstage, y'all. So for everybody, listen, we already had a lot of calls today. So the initiation hotline is closed out for the day. So if you backstage, I'm gonna go ahead and remove you because we're gonna go ahead and stay in the conversation, y'all. But much love.
Okay, cool. Bria, I'm gonna get to your question in 1 second. But I dropped this poll. First off, this is a record too. Almost 1,400 votes on this poll. Tony, this is a record breaker. Almost 1,400 votes on this poll. Is marriage the only goal for dating? 78% of people say yes. Now, Tony, I'm curious. Is marriage the only goal for dating?
Yeah, it's the only goal, because what else would you be dating for? Because if you're dating, you're going to end up having sex. If you're having sex, you're going to end up having a baby. So why would you do something that would lead to marriage and then not do it for marriage? Because now you're dating for a broken home. You're dating for a soul tie. You're dating for a STD. You're dating for some other type of connection. Like, what is the point of dating if you don't want to be married? Because all marriage is dating under covenant with God, signing a piece of paper and making a covenant to God. That the marriage is dating. So it's like, why would you date if you don't want to be married? Because there's a lot of risks that come with dating.
Yeah.
Because you can go date somebody and you got to be willing to die by that. You got to be willing to stand on that, because you could go date somebody and they're dealing with somebody else.
Yes.
And that person comes to take you out. They slicing your tire, they busting your window out. You getting fought, you getting beat up because you want to date. So if you want to date, you have to be intentional. You have to be purposeful. And so this is the only thing that makes sense. But the crazy thing about it is that we're in a space that we argue with common sense. But when we truthfully, and I had several people come to me and say, Tony, the first time I listened to you, I didn't like you. I didn't listen to you. I ignored you. And they come back a year, 2 years later, and they say, everything I heard you say, it came to pass. because I don't speak based on opinion. I speak based on principle. And principles do not change, and principles do not lie. It just is what it is. It's written in the sand. So when Buddy was talking about, oh, you need to say I, you need to say I. For one, I do say I, but it's not my message. These are God's principles. So I can't say I because I'm not working for myself. This isn't me. This isn't my agenda. This isn't what I want to do. I was coming up here today. I say, man, it's my last time doing this mess. Just meaning podcasts in general. I'm like, I'm done with this mess, man. But see, I ain't spreading this message no more.
But this is the thing, Tony. We just talked about that. We talked about the church not being as active and involved in the conversation. We just talked about the culture taking control of the conversation of relationships. And relationships either determine whether or not we have healthy families or not. So if the church ain't trying to get in the conversation, which is the everlasting principle, the eternal truth that you're describing, Tony Gaskins don't want to get in the conversation. What does that really mean for that conversation?
It means that I have to stay in the conversation. And that's why I'm still in here 16 years in. But the church, a lot of the churches that's not in the conversation, they doing the same thing that Buddy doing. When the money get involved, you don't care about the truth no more. Because the truth is a sword. And the truth will rightly divide. The truth will get you called out. The truth will get you canceled. The truth will cut your money. So Buddy make more money than me because I can't get 4,000 people in the building to hear the truth. Neither could Jesus get all the people that he wanted to hear him. Neither any truth teller can't get everybody they need to get because humans want to be comfortable. But to be right is uncomfortable. Humans want to be at ease. Humans just want to just chase pleasure. But pleasure don't lead to happiness. Pleasure leads to pain. And happiness is not the goal of life. Righteousness is. And righteousness can be painful. Righteousness can hurt. And that's what we have to understand, that the more you sacrifice, the more you grow. And so when y'all say we breaking records, how we breaking records? Because at the end of the day, God gonna get the win. So you got to understand, when I come on here, I'm bringing the favor of God. And I'm coming reluctantly. And I'm coming with no gimmicks, no tricks, no tours. I ain't got nothing to promote. I ain't got no book that's out for sale. I ain't got none of that. All I'm bringing is me and the word of God and the truth that it stand on. And that's why you seeing numbers. Every podcast I go on, it set a record. Them young ladies podcast who broke up, my reel was they #1 reel out of their whole entire podcast history. Had 10 million plays. That's God. So that's what, and see, that's why men who work for themselves get in their feelings and get jealous because they competing with me. But I don't have competition because I'm working for God. So for me, I don't watch nobody content. That's why even what I said about R.C. Blake, that's not a stamp because I don't watch his content. It's just I hear the people saying they're getting results. But I don't watch anybody else. I watch the throne. I talk to God. People say, what book you reading? I'm reading the Holy Bible because I don't want to carry nobody's message. I want to carry what the Spirit is giving. And we live in a world where we so watered down, we afraid to say God. Like Buddy, he afraid to say he religious. He afraid to talk about God because when you do, you offend people. But that's the point of the truth. A hit dog holler. The truth gonna step on your toes if you walking out of line. So people want to make it about me. It ain't about me. This sacrificial work. This is, and people think that this is money. Listen, all my bills do. All my bills do. I ain't swimming in cash. This ain't, because I'm not even asking for money. So it's like, it ain't like I'm sitting up here just laid in the shade. I literally had 13 companies. I literally got to start other things and other ventures to feed my family. Because when you working, I just was reading it yesterday. Jesus was talking to somebody. He said, man, the Son of Man ain't even got nowhere to lay his head. And that's what people get confused. But see, the people who doing it for the money, we gonna know because they can't stand on nothing. They gotta sit right on the fence with it split right between their legs.
Now, shout out to Bria, by the way. Bria sent over the super chat earlier. I told her, how to we needed a badge on it. She went, joined the channel membership, and she sent over a big time super chat. Shout out to Bria. And she says, "Blessed Tribe, Tony, would you
hold on though now.
Okay.
Hold on now.
Okay.
Before we go there. How much y'all paying me for this?
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying? What's the answer?
No, we're not. No, Tony doing this out of love.
Yeah.
0. But yet money money being made.
Right.
Yeah.
Money was made last time. I ain't asked for nothing then either. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That got to be known. See, the thing about it is people have carnal eyes that they can't see in the spiritual. So they can't even tell the difference. They can't even tell the difference. Like, oh, Buddy got his Cash App up there, his PayPal up there. Buddy doing these events. We leaving out confused. We done paid all this money. We making him a millionaire, but our life is not getting better. Ain't nobody on the stage life getting better. And then hear this man over here crying out in the dark, in the wilderness, flipping tables, and ain't asking me for a dime to watch him online. Going on people, I'm spending money to be here. It costs me to be here. I don't live in Atlanta like every other black person. We drove 7 hours. It costs hundreds of dollars for our rooms. So I spent hundreds of dollars in gas. I'm in a Sprinter. I got to feed them. You see what I'm saying? So I'm putting money out my pocket to get no money back in to carry a message. And then people got the nerve to put my name in the same sentence with somebody who ain't committed to this work. I'm passionate about this.
I can tell.
No,
it's
no confusion.
It's no confusion with
about
you.
whether or not Tony's passionate about the work.
So I want to get to this. I kind of know the answer to this, but she says, shout out to Bria. She says, Tony, would you ever be open to coming back and answering questions with RC Blake? So I'm gonna kind of change that up a bit and to ask you, Tony, who are you open to working with? Because and the reason I ask that is because people, that's what people like. They like to see you work with other creators in the space. They like to see the tag team duo. So how do you get to work with TG? Like, what does it take?
This is the thing. People like that because they like entertainment. But I'm not here for anybody's entertainment. I'm here for the truth. So the reason why I do interviews, but I don't collaborate because everybody have their message. God sent Moses. God sent Jonah. God sent Paul. God sent Jesus. Yeah, they probably had the person with them was like a supporter, moral support. But it don't make no sense for us to be talking over each other. And if me and RC sitting together, we just echoing the same thing.
Right.
So, but the thing is he's older than me. I don't think he's been married longer than me, if I'm not mistaken, but he maybe have, but he's older than me. He's a bishop. So his message is going to be different.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little different. And mine is going to be a little different. I'm in a different generation. You know, I may be 15 years younger or something. And so for me, it's about everybody carrying their cross, everybody picking up and doing their work. And I don't want to carry anybody else's message, and I don't want anybody to carry my message, because God will give everybody a unique purpose. And when he gives us a unique purpose, just like he gave us a unique fingerprint. So we have to worry more about obedience than money and collaboration. And so I'm focused on the work. And the other reason why I don't like to collaborate in a sense, like stamp people, is because I don't know what anybody does behind closed doors. And I'm very, very sensitive about, so people call me all the time and they want to go on tour. They want to do this, they want to do that. And I'm like, listen, I can't stamp man. All I can attest to is the perfection of Christ. So yes, this is a play that could make a lot of money, but I care more about leading someone astray. Because if you come and you want to run a play just for money, that let me know we not on the same page, because I'm not focused on the money. I'm focused on the work. And so I want to carry my message, because even if somebody believes like I believe, our message is still going to be different. And we still going to hit on different things, and our styles and our personality is still going to be different. And so that's why it's of no interest to me. I want everybody to carry their message, to stand on what they stand on, be responsible for what they're responsible for. And I'm very sensitive to the spirit about that, because when Derek, and another thing, reason why I don't like speaking names too, is I do it. That's me giving the culture something, what they want. But I don't like speaking names, because I don't want to be calling on what the devil doing. I don't want to be highlighting that. And now this goes down in my history. So now Buddy come on here with what he talking about, and that's written in history. So when I'm dead and gone, my great grandkids watching this, they also got to see this. And then they got to go down that rabbit hole. And then they go over there down that rabbit hole, and they might get stuck. They might get trapped, because that's how that stuff works. Because it's more seducing. It's more appealing. Doing right is boring. Living righteous is boring. So that's why I don't do that. But when Derek Jackson got exposed, like a week before that, I started to believe him. Like, he had finally sold me. And I'm a man who rests in having discernment.
Hard to sell.
Yeah, I'm like, this guy has been at it for years now. He's coming at the neck of everybody.
He came at our neck.
Yeah.
So I'm like, he coming at everybody. He never came at me. And that's the thing, because I try to live my life without reproach, to where if you saying something, I know where you talking from, because I ain't give you nothing to talk about, not no gossip. And so I try to live my life above reproach. He never once said my name. He never once came from me. He never once said, oh, Tony is a panderer, or Tony is this or that. But I saw him coming for every single person. And then I would see little videos, like 1 minute clip, 2 minute clip. I'm like, buddy, giving away the game. He giving away so much game. He got to be living right. And then boom. So that's why I say that's scary.
Yeah.
That's scary. I'm like, that's a different type of battle, or demon, or spiritual warfare, or whatever it was. I'm like, that's a different level.
So you don't think it was necessarily his message that was wrong? It was just how he was living.
It was how he was living. His message, I never heard him say anything wrong, other than what people brought to me about saying, tell a man, all your business tell a man that you're abstaining until marriage in the beginning.
Yeah.
That was the only thing that somebody brought to me that I was like, that's not right. Like a player will eat you alive.
But at the end of the day, it's still a matter of he's still telling to abstain. So principally that was still there. So, but see, that's the thing though too, because I want to ask that, because I think that's a big problem we might have too, because you think about the churches that we have in our country. You got pastors that are very talented, that could literally be delivering the word as it stands, but they may not necessarily be living it exactly how they putting it out. And I don't even know if it's responsible to expect everybody to be living to the word that they're putting out, especially if it's the word of God, which is ultimately, if you live in it, you probably living perfectly, which we all are sinners. So is it to be expected that we should expect perfection in people's lives that are giving out game if the game is principled, assuming not the lukewarm game, I'm talking about the principle game. Would you say it's wrong to accept that only if he's living that? Or should, at this point in our culture, we say, you know what, at least the game is principled. Let me not put the expectation of perfection on this brother, and we just take that. What's your thoughts on that?
According to the word, we have requirements in order to carry the word. So it is spelled out in the word of God that a priest should not do this. Like a minister should not do this, should not drink strong drink, has to take care of his household before he go to take care of the church. So it's spelled out that, yes, you should be above reproach. You should be living right. And the thing about it is we have to understand that if you preaching the principle, but the principle is not taking effect in your life, then you're lying on the principle. You're saying that it has no effect. You're saying that it's not real and it doesn't work if it can't work for you. So that's the thing, is we have to be able to, that's why the quote says, practice what you preach. Because if what I say is real, you're going to see the results. If what I say is based on principle and I stand on principle, you're going to see the fruit. And if you don't see the fruit, then that means I don't have the root. And so, yes, we should expect righteousness. Perfection is different than righteousness.
Okay.
Because our sin, we all sin, but your sin should not affect somebody else. Your sin should be between you and God. Example, if I go and have sex with a woman, now my sin has affected her.
Right.
If I see a woman walking and she has a beautiful shape and I lust, my sin has affected me. Nobody even knows that but God. But if I'm having sex with her, now I'm separating her from the will of God. Now her blood is on my hands because I am pulling her and I'm asking her to put me before God. So that's why that standard has to be respected.
Wow.
And the thing about it is what you do in the dark will come to the light. So if a pastor or a leader or a teacher or a speaker is indulging in pornography and indulging in lasciviousness and all of this lewd and filthy behavior, eventually his eyes will get dark. His spirit will get dark. And he will not be able to contain the demon that he's feeding.
Yeah.
And it will come out and he will get into sexual sin because that is all he is feeding himself. And so that's why we have to live our life 24 hours a day, knowing that we're answering to something bigger than us. We answering to God. So the reason why I don't watch porn is because I understand the power of it. I respect the power of it. I'm like, this stuff is dangerous. This will create an addiction. And it's only so long that I can hide that addiction in my spirit before I want to act it out in the physical. So I live my life 24 hours a day as someone is listening on my phone and as someone is watching me on a camera. That's how I live my life. And I do that intentionally. And so anything that I do, I'm saying, hey, if I'm texting my wife and we having a very tough conversation, I am assuming somebody reading it. Just like the CIA so-called leak all this Martin Luther King stuff. If they doing that in the 60s, I got to assume that they could do that in 2023.
Facts.
So I'm like, everything I say in this message, I need to be able to be held to it.
Can and will be held against you.
You see what I mean? And so it's a standard that I'm crying in the wilderness for men to accept. And to stop crying, stop complaining, stop looking for excuses, stop looking for a way out, stop looking for the easy way, stop chasing pleasure, stop giving in to your flesh, and do what's hard, do what's uncomfortable. And I guarantee you, on the other side of that suffering, on the other side of that sacrifice, you're going to get double for your trouble. And then the only way you're going to mess it up is if you choose to. God gave me more than I could handle, pressed down, shaking together, running over. And then if I choose to mismanage it, that's my choice. But my pain ain't coming from my sacrifice. My pain coming from my ignorance and my unwillingness to be obedient and to sacrifice.
I think that was one of the best explanations that I heard about righteousness and perfection.
Yeah. Very
about
clear.
It being between you and God and it being between you actually getting somebody else involved, your sin affecting someone else. I never heard it articulated like that, almost like a spiritual misdemeanor and a felony, if you will.
Yeah.
Right? So like it's one thing to commit a spiritual misdemeanor, but folks out here committing felonies, those are the people that we have issue with. And would you say that if somebody commits a sin at that level, a crime at that level, should we disregard them? And I'm gonna give you a good example. because we got brothers that's putting in good work. We talked about it last show. We had Dr. Jamal on here. He's one of the most influential pastors in the country. He's been literally one of God's soldiers for a while now,
Right.
and has really impacted millions at this point in his career. But infidelity occurs in his marriage. Now, how do we approach that though as a culture? Like, is it to the point where, listen, we no longer support or we are listening to a message at this point? Or do we understand that this man has, repented from what he has done? He's smarter, he's stronger, he's better, and we continue to support, especially a man that's pushing the message?
I don't believe that the power of God could be present and not be evident. It's too strong. So if I can't see the power of God on your life, which has nothing to do with a following and an audience, but I'm going to see peace, I'm going to see clarity, and I'm going to see you have what God says you should have. A man who finds a wife finds a good thing and receives favor from the Lord. So if you desire sex, you should have a wife. It is better to marry than to burn. So I believe that if you assume the position as a leader, just as the quote says, where much is given, much is required. And if you cannot live to the standard that God has called you to live to, then you need to sit down and let somebody else stand up who is willing to sacrifice in the dark, who is willing to consecrate their spirit, who is willing to humble themselves before God and say, I will die out to myself and I will allow you to inhabit my life, inhabit my spirit, and let the fruit of your presence be evident so people know that you are in me. I don't believe that a man could believe in God and not find a wife, because love is not found. Love is created. So if God can change anybody, then that means we can love anybody, because what changes us is the love of God. So if we operate from a place of love, our love will renew and refresh and refill who we are depositing this love into. So I don't trust a single leader of God if he's not living like what I was told Apostle Paul lived like. So a fornicating pastor, I can't hear two words.
Wow.
Because the devil knows scripture too. And what people don't understand is that not everybody who says, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom. And not everybody who has a church with thousands of people are called by God. The devil opening churches too. But the reason why he opened the churches is because he knows he has to look like what God is supposed to look like so that he can get in behind closed doors, behind the lines in the Trojan's horse, and then deceive people and lead them astray. Because when they start drinking the Kool-Aid, the devil gonna poison it, because he come to steal, kill, and destroy. So when you really walking with the Lord, it's gonna be evident to demons and angels. And so if I'm walking with the Lord and I'm all the way tapped in, it is impossible for you to be all the way in God and not be able to see who's a child of his. He gonna show you. But when it don't look familiar and you know where your spirit is coming from, people gonna call you arrogant. They're gonna call you elitist. That's money. Elitist. They don't have nothing to do with purity. Purity and righteousness has nothing to do with being elite, because when you pure and you righteous, you lowly at heart. You dying out to self. So you can't be elite and be an elitist and be righteous and be holy and be living right, because you are crucifying your flesh daily. You dying out to self daily. So it's going to make you humble. So guess what? When that is present, you're going to show up on the podcast of two young men who trying to do the right thing. and you're going to show up without a rider, without a request for payment, without a request for reimbursement, because of a lowly spirit, because of a humble spirit, because of a servant spirit, because of servant leadership. And you're going to show up not because your book just came out or your album just came out, but just because you have a message of God to carry. And that's what people got to see. But you cannot see the spirit when you wallowing in sin. So that's why I don't get offended when people don't understand me. Because if we're not of the same cloth, if we're not living the same way, then you're not going to understand me. You're going to misname me. Like I've been reading and I just been studying. I'm like, man, here's this man healing people, healing the blind, raising the dead, and they still called him a liar. And signs and wonders right in front of their face. So it's like, here I am. I can't get mad when I have the signs and wonders. When I have a wife with a glow, when I have kids with straight A's and great behavior, but yet people saying your way is not the way. The blueprint you living by, it's of no effect. That's just for you. And it's like, you see the results. You see what it's producing. So how is it just for me when on the other side, you're still miserable. You're still lonely. You still ain't got no wife that you happy with. You're afraid to get married. So that's what we got to realize. We got to know the truth when we see the truth, and we got to be willing to accept the truth. Because the longer you run from it, when you finally fall on your face, the worse it's going to be.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's thorough. That's a really thorough explanation and understanding of who is the one who's qualified to be speaking, on these in this conversation. And I see that you put the same expectation on the people on our pastors who need to be qualified to be pushing the messages there as the people in this space of relationships, where they also need to be having that same level of qualifiability as well as, actually being able to walk that walk. And Ryan, you have something for the people?
Yeah, and I got a question for man. It's just like everybody got the questions for TJ.
Hey,
everybody.
Hey, we doing a marathon. So long as y'all cameras work, we working.
Okay, good. I like that. So real quick, shout out to Lady K's Kitchen. Shout out to Highly Blessed. Shout out to Georgette Barnes. And shout out to Rachel V too. And look, we got so many. Kathy Johnson, Selena Hill, Peaceful Artistry.
Shout out to my mama. She in the chat too. Shout out. I love you, Mom.
Everybody. And I just want to, so I'm going to get to Ayana's question, but I just want to read this from Mia. And Mia is one of our lovely initiates, Mia. And she says, I tried it the world's way and ended up alone at 63. I don't like this second statement, so I'm not even going to read that. Matter of fact, I am going to read that, and I want you to say something to her. She said, it's too late for me. Don't do what I did. Try God. It works. Mr. Gaskins, please keep doing what you're doing. Not for me, but for my grandchildren. So shout out to Mia for sharing that with us, because I do think it speaks upon what can happen when you live the worldly way. But I want you to speak to Mia and give her some words of encouragement, because she did say something I really don't like, which is it's too late for me, which I 1000% disagree with.
Right. And I 1000% disagree with that as well, Mia, because what you have to understand is to say that it means that you're still of a double mind. And the reason why she is of a double mind is because of the opposing voices and the opposing messages that say they want to give a platform to every different message. And so in that message is telling women who are over 35 that they're done. So imagine how a 63-year-old will feel when you think about it. Most women live to 80 years old. So if she met a man right now, he got 17 years to get on her nerves. 10 years, she gonna be like, Lord, did I pray for this? Because this man, this man. So that's the thing. It's like, you still young. Because what we don't realize is 20 years with somebody is a lifetime. So 40 years, 60 years, that's like otherworldly. So the thing about it is, at 63, yes, you may not want to have kids, or you may not be able to have kids, but you still can have love. And this is why I preach love means more than sex. Because at 63, if she get a man that's 63, he not finna be rock stallion every day.
Right.
But what he can do, they can go to the movies. They can go see the Maldives. They can go spend 2 weeks in Africa. They can love each other. They can communicate. They can start a business, open a barbershop, open a restaurant, and they can create generational wealth for their grandkids at 63 years old. But because of the messages saying you worthless after 35, your sexual market value is down, because we talking about sexual market value. But what about your personal market value? What about your heart's market value? What about, most people don't realize their success until their 60s. Most people don't become millionaires until their 60s. So in your 60s is the prime of your life. That's the golden years. Everything up before that, that's just experience. But because of the messages being a message of the adversary and not a message of God, because in God's message, he say it's never too late. He said, it don't matter that you got a slow tongue. I'm still going to teach you how to speak. It don't matter that your womb has been barren. I'm going to give you a child. And from your child, nations will be blessed. So we listening to the wrong messages. We becoming of double mind. And then we're downing ourselves. And then the word say a double-minded man receives nothing from the Lord. But that's the goal of these other voices, to bring confusion when we trying to bring clarity. We trying to bring peace. We trying to bring happiness. We trying to bring sacrifice, righteousness. We trying to do things the right way. And then people over here, oh, let's get this platform to the people that want to have sex on the first night. Even though they're going to catch HIV, even though they're going to have kids that neither one of them want, even though they finna have kids that the daddy never gonna see them, let's get this platform to the people that they just want to have sex. They just dating to have sex. They just dating to heal. They just dating to make their ex mad. Let's get them a platform and let them talk. And then we suffering as a people. And then we look around and there is not a single person of color who can look around and say they are happy with the state of people of color. There is not a single person that say we are doing it the right way and we are leading the world in generational wealth, in lowest rates of diseases, in lowest rates of single parent homes. We leading, we an example. But yet when you look at the conversations, show me the white version of tonight's conversation, the Asian version, the Hispanic version of tonight's conversation, of 8 at the Table, of all the other little podcasts. Show me the version of those podcasts over and over and over again in every other culture. But the reason what we are failing to realize is that we are the most influential and the most powerful culture on the planet.
That's a fact.
That if we pull together and we start doing things the right way, my son's 16 years old. His white friends are practically married at 16. My son's best friend has practically cut him off for his girlfriend. They are taught union. They taught marriage. They taught togetherness. They taught building. And so that's what I'm trying to teach, because it brings stability. So here we are. We spend more money than any other demographic. We got more professional athletes making millions of dollars than any other demographic. But yet, we one of the most broken cultures, and we're breaking each other because we want to sit black men on a podcast and argue instead of having a conversation and having one voice saying, hey, which one of these working the best? We got 2 horses in the race. Which one is really winning? Which one really getting results? Which one is really more beneficial? A faithful, monogamous, 2-parent home, or a single parent home where mom is like losing her mind, trying to take care of her kids by herself. Dad is losing his mind, trying to take care of kids by himself, where kids are seeing boyfriends and girlfriends come in and out every month, where kids finding all the STD medicine that their parent got to take, where they seeing their parent get beat up, get cursed out, get dogged out. Like, okay, this is your conversation that you having, and this is what it's producing. But now this conversation over here, now look at these families, and you can look at this across the board. You could look at the sacrifice in the Asian community, even in the Hispanic community. They'll pull together, they'll live together, they'll have 8 people in one house.
They will
come together. I heard a Hispanic man say that on a viral video. He say, we rock with each other where black people compete against each other, because y'all don't want to get on the same page, because y'all don't want to see what really works and do that. But instead, we want to be cool. We want to be rich. We want to look like something that we never were as children. And so that's why we have the rappers doing a message and all of this, but we don't see the same detriment happening across the board. And what we are failing to realize is that the adversary, like they say, a robber does not go to an empty vault. The reason why our culture is such at odds is because of what we possess. The reason why we such a mess is because of what we possess. The reason why we can make this argument that we doing all of this craziness is because of how powerful we are. That's why we went through slavery. You don't enslave a weak people. You enslave a powerful people that you think can take over and rule and reign. You don't oppress weak people. You oppress powerful people who are powerful beyond measure. So that's why we got to get on one page. But y'all, the only guys, it's one other guy, I can't remember his name. He in Houston. He asked me to come on his podcast. And I think he got 100,000 Instagram followers.
I wonder who that is.
It's in my phone. He in Houston. Maybe his name Joshua.
We don't wait. You saying we the only guys that reached out to you to get on the show?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's insane. You wanted to, I mean, if not the biggest, like, yeah.
The only one. So what do that tell you about society? But look at the message that I'm bringing. It's uncomfortable. Had Buddy with that bass in his voice getting crump. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable.
Tony, off the chain. Off the chain. So first off, you got some good win. You got some really good win.
What you mean?
Like
No, you got stamina.
Like stamina.
You got stamina on the mic.
Yeah.
On the mic.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean.
No, you got some stamina, because I mean, usually, because let me tell you,
You-
first
you-
off, we're gonna
wait,
keep going.
First of all, you
We're
know how
gonna keep
long we've
going.
been on. You know how long we've been going?
It feel like 30 minutes to me.
Oh my! See, that's what we talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
It's
what we
only, I
talking
think it's
about.
only been really two other people. Pastor James got some good stamina,
Yeah.
but he was running a little low at 3 hours. Like, he was running a little low. And Dr. Spears, I think you and Dr. Spears probably number
yeah.
1 and number 2.
Oh,
she
yeah.
was looking like, that's it?
But see, when
we'd have been about an hour.
Nah,
we
3.
almost 3 hours in. But see,
Wow,
that's the
going
thing.
nuts.
When you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you get energized by it.
Yeah.
That's one of the signs that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Hey, I'm telling you, spirit flowing. I'm gonna be honest with you, because what you just pointed out a little bit ago, and you said, hey, that's the best explanation I've heard. I can't even remember what I said.
Yeah.
And then you said something about misdemeanor and felony. That spiritual misdemeanor and spiritual felony. That's deep.
Yeah.
That'll preach. Now, yes, every sin is a sin, but different sins have different effects.
That's a fact.
But you said that let me know it's a spirit that's flowing. And that's why I try to tell people is that when you are called, it's going to be a difference. Now, y'all talking about stamina. I haven't even ate today. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it literally in my body feel like 30 to 45 minutes.
Right.
Get Tony a pack of nuts. We need
Pause.
get this man some calories.
Man,
Hold
so-
on. And I want to ask Tony this real quick.
okay.
I want to ask Tony this because this is on my heart right now. And I don't know if we're going to get our heart broken or what. But from the outside looking in, Tony, and I want in front of the people, I want you to tell them, what do you think when you see Harley initiated?
when I first saw y'all, I thought y'all were the same as everybody else.
We were the same as everybody else.
And you were. And
Yeah.
I could tell that by a lot of the Instagram comments. I'm like, they built their tribe the wrong way. They built it on the wrong foundation because there's a lot of people who have no clue about spiritual things in these comments. Now, it could have been stragglers on Instagram because of the algorithm, but it said something to me. And then I saw a lot of people say that, oh, they used to be this, they used to be that.
Mm-hmm.
But then people starting to say, oh, they're growing. But see, here's the thing. We having this conversation and people doing donations, but it ain't even gonna pay a month of your bills.
That's a fact.
You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
It's not like you making millions tonight. It's not like you getting rich. It's not like you can retire tomorrow. So you still are laboring in the field. And you're providing a platform and you're providing conversation. The reason why me and D1 come on here, and I respect D1, he's not in relationship space, but I respect D1 and I've been knowing him for years.
Shout out to
he
D1.
come to my
Oh,
seminars
wow.
and everything.
That's dope.
He came down to Tampa. I interviewed him. I respect him because he has a righteous boldness.
Yep.
And he stand on what he stand on. And that could get you hurt physically because when a spirit can't war against a spirit, it gets physical. But in our book, it tells us you wrestle not in flesh and blood. So we really ain't thinking about throwing hands and making threats like Jim Jones was kind of threatening D1.
He was.
You know, that's real disrespectful because at the same time, you still could get dealt with. Somebody could come out of their spirituality.
Right.
But so we sit here and we have these conversations and we trying to move the needle forward. So when I seen y'all reach out to me, a demon does not ask the Holy Spirit, can we sit down and talk? Meaning evil don't necessarily want to sit down and talk with good unless it's trying to convert it. So the fact that y'all not trying to change my message and the fact that you're allowing me to speak my mind, speak my thoughts, it let me know that your hearts are in the right place because you're allowing a message to go out that so many other platforms will not let go out.
Mm.
And so many other platforms will touch on relationships, but not call people from both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I told Buddy, I say, if you creating these healthy conversations, why haven't you called me then? And now don't call me now because you've been doing it all this time. So that's what I'm saying. I just try to spirit by the spirit. And so where I see y'all at now, I see y'all in a place to where there's going to be profound, very deep spiritual warfare. Meaning the adversary is going to try to get y'all caught up. Because one thing the adversary knows is that confusion cancels the movement. When you make people say, you make them back up. So the adversary wants y'all in a domestic violence case. He wants y'all with a very unhinged baby mama.
Mm-hmm.
He wants y'all in some type of sexual thing. Might have a 14-year-old girl pop up on your laptop who look like she's 24, who gonna come and talk to you, may even pretend to be 24. You don't do your due diligence because she's so whatever, looking adult. That's what the adversary finna do. So you have to be very diligent and you got to be mindful and you got to be 2 steps ahead. Every day, everything you do, you got to be asking yourself, is this for the benefit or is it for the detriment? Every conversation, every interaction. Because what y'all are trying to do, you're trying to provide a space that is giving healthy conversation. I see those little short clips of the different men y'all interview, and I haven't heard any of them say anything wrong. So it let me know that they trying. Like, we say different things,
Right.
but we still on the same team. Everybody ain't LeBron James. Somebody gonna be Anthony Davis. You know, somebody gonna be AR-15. Somebody gonna be D'Angelo Russell. Somebody gonna be Vanderbilt. Everybody not gonna have the same exact message. And that's what the other side get wrong. It ain't about me and my message. It's other men who got my same message. I just don't study their message, and we just don't deliver it the same way, and we don't say it the same way. God gonna give me one metaphor, one analogy, one parable, and gonna give them something different. And so right now, y'all on the right side. But what I'll tell you is don't get tripped up and trapped up in the money. Don't focus on the money. Focus on the word. I got a quote that I said in South Africa, Johannesburg, South Africa. I said, if you chase purpose, money will chase you. So I never once asked for a cash out. I never once asked for a super chat. But my audience will bless me with $100,000 a year without me asking, because God touched their heart. So I probably, when I get off of this, I may open my cash app and have cash apps without even asking. And that's just something that I have decided to say, hey, I'm going to trust this. I'm going to trust the work. I'm going to trust God. I'm going to live in my purpose, and ain't going to get caught up in the numbers. I ain't going to get caught up doing things the way other people do it. Because what confuses is if people who pushing debauchery, they do everything by the algorithm. Hey, make sure y'all hit the like when you come in. They focus on the numbers. So if you do the same thing, now you look like, walk like, sound like a duck. You're a duck. So you got to be able to do things a little bit different. Not necessarily saying that you got to do it the exact same way, and not necessarily saying you can't say that, but don't make it your focus. Tithes and offering shouldn't be 30 minutes.
Right.
Listen, here go the plate. We passing it around. Give what the Lord say you could give. All right, let's back to the message. Like that. You see what I mean? And that's what y'all doing. Y'all doing a good job at it. I ain't gonna lie to you, because if you wasn't, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And so I respect the work. And the work got to be done. And the thing about it is, the reason why I go so long is because if we don't learn how to swim to where we could get in the deep, we could get 3 hours in with spiritual work, with deep work, then we're going to keep drowning in the kiddie pool. That's why when I go live on Instagram, I'm talking an hour and a half, 2 hours. When I go live, I'm talking 2 hours minimum, 3 hours, because I want the people who are trying to go. I don't want the stragglers. I don't want the little people that coming in, just popping in, and I don't want that.
Yeah.
I want the people that we trying to do deep work.
And there you have it.
Now we so we got some super chats in, which I love this, and I want to read this one real quick. Go ahead and do your thing, Todd. But shout out to Yali. She's one of our niches. She says, as a 40-year-old woman, TG's answer to that super chat touched my soul. It's never too late. And that's the one with Mia sent over that message about her being 63. And you know, that really had me thinking, because with Mia, when I read that message, I'm like, my initial thought was that's messed up, right? That's messed up that she thinks like that she's in that space in her head. And then the reasoning of the reason that you gave behind it being, you know, hey, it's a lot of messages that's put out there. And if we're listening to, you know, guys talking about the how less of a value a 35-year-old woman is, imagine what a 63-year-old woman feels like. And just like Yali, that touched me too, because you know how our platform was. It was like everybody else's, and it was divisive. And I would hate to think, because let me tell you something, TG. I done called on, this is, man, it's very embarrassing. I done called some women out straight up out their names, the B word, on camera. I done said all kind of stuff, extremely divisive stuff. And a lot of it was because I was just learning some of this information. So everything was new to me. So I go out coming from a hurt place, honestly, and just spewing, just garbage, right? But I never really thought about that, because I was thinking about it. Well, you know, I'm different now. I've grown from that. But I would hate to think that one of those messages reached somebody like Mia, right? Mm-hmm. One of those messages reached to Mia, and because she heard that, she internalized it and then walked around feeling a certain way. So I do want to apologize to any of the women that I have offended by any of the things I stated in the past. I'm sure if you guys go about looking some of this stuff up, you'll find it. A lot of the stuff we took off our platform, but I have one on other platforms spewing this type of information. But I do want to apologize to y'all. It's no excuse. And I've since learned from my mistakes. And there's a certain way that I'm gonna communicate on our platform and anybody else's platform moving forward. But that really touched me. And
hey,
I really
do that clap, do the clap, do the clap. Hey, I respect that, brother. I respect that. Gave me chills down, this side of my body. That I really respect that, and I honestly believe that it's genuine. I believe that it's genuine, and I'm telling you, like that side of life is such a. I see a lot of men on that side that you were in, and I talked about you in the past before I knew your name.
I could only
because
imagine.
one of your clips went viral.
Mm-hmm.
And
many of them.
And so I was, talking about that, ripping it to shreds. And I see the transformation and I could feel the genuineness, but it's like until we come into the knowledge and until we see that there's another way that is a complete opposite way and it can work, until we see that. And it's not perfect. It's still work. A relationship is a job you cannot retire from. Love is a job you cannot retire from. Like it is work to love and to walk in love. And so I commend you for being willing to grow and change because that's huge. And women need to see that. Right. Because I see comments all the time about you. When I was looking at the platform, they said, oh, he used to be toxic. He used to be red pill. He used to be this.
Right.
And they need to see that a man can grow. They need to see that a man can change. And so when they see that, and if it's consistent, that's also going to bring life and bring hope so that they can meet a man and realize his past is this, but his present is this, and his future is going to be even better. And so that's powerful.
And see, that's one thing too, man, because the platform has had a big effect on us. I mean, me and Ryan, the reality of it is that, I mean, that's my brother. I've done at this point life and business with that man. So we share a lot of the same core values, which is why we've been able to build what we've been able to build together. And, the thing about it is with this platform, even though we may have, and every man starts where he is, but I think the biggest difference between men is that we never brought people up here to validate what we already think. We only brought people up who was qualified to mold how we thought. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons we even reach out to you. And actually pretty sad why a lot of people not reaching out to you or people that just think differently from them altogether. You know what I'm saying? Because I think, I mean, don't get me wrong. I get if it's just certain people that don't belong on the platform altogether, but I think we do need to figure out how to start having these conversations. Because tonight, even bringing Ace up here, I think it was some clarity that was brought to some people that was on either side, probably dipping their toe on each side. But like, you know what? I'm not dating for marriage. Let me just go all the way over here. Or you know what? You're right. I do want marriage. So let me make sure this is what I'm on. Or whatever side of the coin you on, because that's not even just specific to dating. People lukewarm in a lot of different areas of their lives. So the reality of the situation is, brothers like yourself, sisters as well, that have come on here and that have continued to have these kind of conversations. It is powerful. And again, that's why I take so much pride in vetting people, because we are having different conversations on this platform, but I'm telling you, it's coming from the same place. And that's what we're trying to make sure we can maintain on this platform. So shout out again to all the initiates in here, learning, growing with us in real time, because every episode we move the needle a little bit more, man. And I really think that's what it's all about. So I appreciate you too, TG, for coming up here and really giving us, actually seeing what it was in real life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And experiencing it, and, not just judging us from a distance, because I think too, when we talk about, us evolving as men, we need our OGs. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my little brother right there. My little brother needs me. I had him straight drop out of college. He under my wing now. He was with my mom. I got a whole 2-bedroom apartment. I moved him in with me. I live with my little brother now. But if I wasn't there, if I wasn't that type of dude, I wouldn't be able to cover him like that. Mm-hmm. And we need there's men that are above me that have to cover me. And then that is how we continue to raise the standard and continue to groom our guys, because a boy is supposed to evolve into a man. And that's a process. That's a real deal process. And that also is a responsibility of men to make sure that that takes place. And I think that's another thing that's taking place. I really don't see that generational or intergenerational accountability from our OGs on our younger men is not as present as it was. And thankfully you was in sports. So, you know, as a brother in sports, especially as a gifted athlete, you typically get favor in that regard to have men who are invested in your future. But most of our young men don't have that.
You're right.
And that's unfortunate.
And you know what? That's exactly why when young men come to me and they have the right spirit, meaning that they want to grow, they want to learn, I take them up under my wing and I let them travel with me. I let them shadow me. I took R.S. Rogers, who is a 35-year-old virgin. I took him to Nairobi, Kenya with me because we met and I see he was younger than me. And Caleb Curl, any guy, Pierre Harris, these guys that reached out to me. I went to speak to Baylor basketball. This is a Power 5. You know, we just won a national championship not long ago.
Yeah, that's big.
I took Caleb out there. I took Pierre out there. Anybody who want to shadow me, I let them shadow me. And I take them on and I let them see that what I'm talking on the online is real behind the scenes. And one of them can come up here and say, Tony actually does not curse in real life. He actually does not cheat on his wife in real life. He actually does not be messing with women and dealing with women in no kind of way in real life. And so I do that so that they could see. But then at the same time, it's things that when you're doing business and you're working with focus and you're working with clarity, they see that I bought my dad a Maserati and then I bought him a Bentley. They see that and they got a dad and they're like, man, I want to get my dad a Bentley one day. But I tell them this comes from sacrifice, meaning spiritual. This comes from clarity. This comes from focus. This comes from dedication. This comes from being obedient. This comes from putting in the work and removing the distractions. So I want everybody to ask yourself and really be literal about this. What benefit do we gain from fornication? What benefit do we gain from having multiple sexual partners? What benefit do we gain from creating more and more single parent homes? What benefit do we gain? Like when you look at what benefit do we gain from the strip club? What benefit do we gain from masturbation, from pornography? Like really ask yourself, what is the benefit other than feeding pleasure and creating more confusion in our life? But when you ask yourself, what benefit do I gain from abstinence, where I have discipline and self-control and self-love? What do I gain from a healthy and whole relationship where we are faithful and loving? What do I benefit from a happy and healthy marriage, raising children in that environment? See, when we really look at it and we get out our feelings and we get out what the world is saying and we just compare these apples to these oranges, we will see what makes sense. And that's what we're not doing. We're not literally just using common sense of what is your process and what are your results. And if you're not getting the results that you want, then you have to evaluate what you're doing. So what does a man benefit the world? To be a career boyfriend. What is the benefit? Because even if you have children, your children will look at your mother as unworthy and unfit to be a wife. And they will be around children of other races who their mother is a wife. And then they'll look at their father and say, you don't love my mom enough to marry her? You don't even just give it a shot. Like, y'all might not work out, but can she at least be married? Like, can I see my mama happy? Even for a season. If y'all don't work out, y'all human. Okay. Can you be faithful to my mama? Can you be faithful to my dad? That's so for me, I look at it like this bigger than me as an adult. This about the next generation. This about the future. So I have to consecrate and I got to sacrifice for those who are watching me. And I went through the season in my marriage where my son started to question my manhood because I wasn't being emotionally intelligent. Man, is my dad who I thought he was? And I realized I'm letting the voices of the MGTOW, men going their own way, or the red pill, I'm letting this affect me. And I know better. So I had to get myself together. Like, whoa, hold on now. I don't calculate and compute stuff like this. But that's how potent and dangerous those messages are.
Yeah.
And what people don't understand is the power of the mind. If you take and you put somebody's mind around messages that does not create advancement and progression in their life, then you are making them regress. And you just saying, I'm just creating a conversation. But the mind is delicate. So someone who doesn't have the mind to refute that which they just heard, someone bleeding on people, someone spewing from that broken place, they end up ruining their life. And that's why we have to curate the messaging and make sure that the message is about advancement, purity, wholeness, production, and going forward.
Man.
Yeah.
We can let that one breathe.
Okay, good.
We can do that.
Good. Well, we can't let you get out of here without some relationship questions because the ladies got to know.
Yeah,
so
just
I
go
got
ahead.
a few of them.
Get your questions in now, ladies, because we got TG up in here and he ain't going to be in here forever. So go ahead, get them last cohort of questions in.
Absolutely.
So we can go ahead and get your questions asked. But go ahead, Ryan.
Shout out to Jalea. Shout out to Shail Event. Shout out to Betty Spaghetti, Soul Date, and Sharon Keegans for sending over those super chats. But Ayana G, she says, I'm in my 30s and have met someone I'm interested in learning more about. Is it acceptable for a woman to initiate and pursue a man?
No, never, under any circumstances.
Is it the initiate or the pursue?
You should not pursue a man. And you should not initiate in the sense of, hi, I'm such and such. Are you single? I would like to get to know you. And that is because men are wired to pursue. The thing that's ticking in us that make us worship sex, that make us want sex all the time, that thing is different in us than in majority of women. Majority of women do not have that same thing. Some women claim to have it, but their life has their own story. And some women get offended when I say that, but that is not the same. And so when a woman initiates and pursues a man, she puts herself at a disadvantage because a man who finds a wife finds a good thing. So if you go to a man, he knows you like him, but you don't know if he likes you. And because men are so sexually charged, a man will accept the approach of a woman because he can add you to his roster, knowing that you like him, knowing that you're into him, and he will get from you what he can get from you. So a man who is approached by women will build a roster. You're the one I call for food. You're who I call for sex. You're who I call for a business loan. You're who I call for a back rub. You're who I call for great conversation. And he knows all of them women want him because they pursued him. But all a woman has to do is be in that man's vicinity. Because as men, we see like at least 180, and a lot of times we see 360. So I have guys who have children with a woman who liked their post. So if a woman likes a man's post and he's going through his notifications, if she has that red ring around her picture from updating her story and she got a headshot and he likes what he sees, he gonna click on that.
That's a fact.
That is a fact. So all she did was like a post, and it was a positive post. She ain't shoot no shot. She ain't twerk no booty. She ain't slide in the DM. But we pay attention as men because we're attentive. We're hunters. We're go-getters. We're movers and shakers. So we paying attention to everything because we don't want to miss a blessing. We don't want to miss an opportunity. So I see everybody, not everybody, but I see majority of the people. And I'm not looking for a relationship, but I still see. So imagine a single man. He gonna see and he can act on it. So that's why I tell women, all you got to do is just show up in the space. You ain't got to shoot no shot. You ain't got to initiate. You could just like a post. You can add a positive post to your story.
So you really get, so first off, that's deep game. Like that's like the player secrets.
Facts.
Because you know, it's one thing for a young lady to start a conversation.
Mhm.
It's another thing for her to be pursuing you. And a man, I think I seen this on The Wire. It was like this quote. It was like, I'll take anybody money if they giving it away. That's how the dude, that's how we think.
Exactly.
It's like, wow, so you giving me this attention? You pursuing me? Let me see what you know do I need that I have an availability on my roster for? And that's what you're gonna do. And as long as you keep pursuing, you're gonna continue to play that role.
I'm gonna use that quote. I never heard that from The Wire, and that was my favorite show.
Yeah, he actually say MF. He said if
MF.
I'll take. He said
you gotta repeat it. I get.
He said
MF.
if I will take anybody's money if a mother effer is giving it away.
and see, that's the thing. That's why I try to. That's exactly why I say that to women. And typically, the women who say pursue a man, look at them. Look at them. I've never seen a woman that men are truly desiring because of the work she's put in. Typically, when a woman says that, it's a woman who taking shortcuts. She's not working on herself, brains, brand, body. And she's telling women to pursue men from her own frustration because she's not putting in the work. So she's saying, instead of me waiting on a man to come to me, I'm going to go get him. Not realizing she disrupting the natural order. And to a man's man, we don't even like that.
Mm-hmm.
That make us throw up in our mouth because we want to go after. We want to pursue. That is disgusting. It is
to a man's man.
To a man's man.
Like
that is not attractive because we want to see her and pursue her because only what a man works for does he appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And every man who is a man, and even men who are not men, understand that it is of the essence that we work for a woman's heart. But if a woman just come with her heart on a platter, you don't want that. There's no victory in that.
And then pursuing too. Oh, I mean, you following up.
Right.
Oh, you do. Oh, man, let me tell you, that's just reeks of desperation.
And men gonna treat it like that.
Yep.
They gonna answer whenever they want to answer. They gonna take the freebies or whatever you giving out.
You're gonna get scraps.
Yeah.
Yep. Gonna sell a dream. I got this huge idea. Get that money from her. I was just talking to somebody. Boom. Man sold her a dream, tens of thousands of dollars.
See, I've never been on that level with it. Like I mean, at my worst, I was doing saying what I did to get sex.
That's the thing.
Getting resources from women always just seemed like the scummiest of scummy to me. But
well, see, that's
thing, really happening.
But see, that's the thing. So you talk about on the craziest far end of the spectrum, they get your life savings, right? But taking a woman's chastity, just having sex with her, that's just as bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's just as bad. And I think most men will not. I don't even say most men. A lot of men will be looking at Tyshawn. He like, well, it wasn't that bad.
I'm like $6,000. I don't know.
Right. No, but you got to think about what you're really doing to a woman if you just taking it, knowing you don't want it.
Oh no,
you just taking it. Yeah,
it's horrible. Yeah. I mean, because you really never go away.
Right.
Yeah. After you get up out of shot, that's a whole nother conversation.
Sleeping with her is worse than taking her money because she can get her money back. She can't get that body back.
She can't.
That body with that man from then forward.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And even the Bible say that when you have sex sin, you don't just sin against God, you sin against your own body. And so you get the money back, but now this person on the hand your body. And you could get up. When you give somebody money, you can't walk away with herpes. You can't walk away with HIV. You can't walk away with syphilis by giving money. But when you give your body, when you give money, you can't walk away pregnant. So that's why we have to remove casual sex from the equation altogether. If you want my body, work for my heart. And we got to respect and appreciate our hearts and minds as people, and we got to build real love. And then everybody gonna make their decision. But the reason why I say be abstinent is because if I say wait 3 months to have sex, then everybody gonna have sex in 1 month. If I say be abstinent,
That's
then
facts.
people might fall into bed at 6 months or a year.
Right.
So we have
Hopefully.
to shoot for perfection just to get excellence. But if we shoot for average and mediocrity, we're gonna be in the dumps.
Yeah.
So that's why I set the bar so high. It's not that I believe everybody can do it. It's not that I believe people won't fall. But it's one thing to fall and to be able to get back up because you had your mindset on this versus you had your mindset on this and then you end up here. I think it was Les Brown who said it's not that we aim high and miss, it's that we aim low and hit. So that's what a lot of people don't understand because people today speak in exacts. They speak in they don't understand caveats and nuances. It's like, this is the goal. And if you shoot for this and you get this, okay, at least you can get up, brush yourself off, and get back to it. If you can't do it all the way.
Yeah.
But you got to have that in mind. And so we doing it the wrong way. And we pursuing sex, we pursuing fun, we pursuing pleasure. And that's why so many is losing.
That's where we at where we at right now.
Facts. So we got another one. Shout out to Kathy Wood. And this one is from Natalia Destiny. She says, what does it mean when a man is ambivalent? So I had to look that up, by the way. So give y'all context.
That's a good one. What's that?
Ambivalent is having mixed feelings or contradictory ideas about something. So I'm going to continue with it. She says, boyfriend of 3 years is suddenly unsure about our future after pursuing and discussing marriage. He's hot and cold. He's loyal and a great provider. So he's hot and cold, but he's also loyal and a great provider. What does that mean? This guy, he's pretty much on the fence, it seems like, about the relationship after 3 years.
Double-minded.
Right.
And what does it mean? It means there's too many voices in the room. This man had an idea of marriage, of unity, of togetherness. He got online and he heard a guy say, marriage ain't for everybody. We don't need to get married. We don't need a piece of paper. We don't need to be in covenant with God. And he said, you know what? That sounds kind of good because I ain't got to have this covenant. So if I mess around and cheat, I ain't got to lose 50%. I don't have to sacrifice so that therefore I won't have to lose. So let me just indulge and do what I want to do. And that comes from the double messaging. And that's why I say that's the problem with us not being on one accord, being on one page and saying, hey, although this over here, this marriage and this faithfulness, although it seems like it's not for everybody, although it's not comfortable, although it's not easy, this is what is producing the best results overall. Not considering the exceptions to the rule, but overall, this is what is consistently producing. This is what we need to sacrifice and do, regardless of how uncomfortable and painful it may be.
Wow. Look, shout out
plain
to
and simple.
Shout out to JJ. JJ going hard in the paint for us. She says, praying for you, Mia. Me too. I'm gonna pray for Mia tonight. She says, thank you, TG. Of course, TG. Listen, if you've been getting blessed, because TG putting on. And first, do anybody?
Man.
I don't even know why I start. Did anybody else call you TG?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I'm making sure.
He was like, yeah, that's normal, bro.
Yo,
Come
I
on
want
now.
y'all to drop TG in the chat if Tony Gaskins is bringing it tonight.
That's a
And
fact.
JJ, I appreciate you very much. I received that, JJ. But we got Sylvia Harsey. I'm gonna say that. So shout out to Sylvia. She says, what would you say to married people who are separated and one is on the cuffs of staying to please the Lord's heart, but the other may be against doing it God's way. What would you say to the believer?
That's the thing where that is so complex, because you have to stand on the word and lean on the word. So all you can do about it is perfect your heart and perfect your walk and be in prayer that your partner will be convicted. And you can't reinforce negative behavior, and you can't succumb to the negative behavior, because whatever you reinforce, it will repeat itself. So at the end of the day, your allegiance is to God, not to a human. And if a human becomes unfaithful, then that gives you reason and exception for you to be all the way in God. What happens is a lot of times we try to hold on to people that are not trying to hold on to us. And when you holding on to somebody who's trying to run away from you, you get drugged through the mud. So you have to realize that if a person does not want to meet you halfway and they don't want to do the work, you cannot force them. And my dad taught me that when I was young, probably early 20s. He said, Tony, never try to change a woman. Because what it was making me lose control. Because when you try to control somebody and then you can't control them, it sends you out your mind. He said, Tony, never try to change a woman. If she want to wear mini skirts and you don't like that, that's not your woman.
Yeah.
But if you try to change her, she's going to be uncomfortable, because now you suppressing her and you trying to make her be something that she don't want to be. And that's what we have to realize about relationships, that if we make the changes and this person is for us, it will shift the atmosphere. And if we can make a change and they still will not change, meaning we walking in love, we walking in peace, we walking in kindness, we're slow to anger, we're not poking the bear and provoking them. If that love and that emotional intelligence does not impact their life and lead them to change, it's not meant to be.
Wow.
Clear. There you have it.
Facts.
Was that all the questions we had?
It's not. It's not. We loaded. So, shout out to Sunshine and Beauty. She's definitely regular supporter. Sunshine, we love you.
Shout out to Sunshine.
Hey, you tired. You breaking down. He going strong. So
Look,
no. I'm good, because it's still
you missed your workout.
Got my own question.
I did miss the workout.
You missed your workout.
I did not. I did not.
See, he got a little
See that?
extra.
Don't worry. We in there tomorrow morning. We in there. I can't miss it tomorrow. But go ahead.
Sunshine says, what advice do you have for a woman who is attracting very few men who are actually seeking a woman's heart and true connection versus just wanting to be intimate with them?
Keep going deeper, meaning keep working on yourself. So often I get this question, and I teach about the 3 B's: brains, brand, body.
I like those.
And a woman will come and she say, Tony, I'm doing this. And then she missing one of the B's. And so the deeper you go, because we attract what we are, and people don't like to hear that, because they think that means whoever approaches you, but it means who you settle with. But if only one type is approaching you, then that means you got to keep going deeper. And if you're doing everything right and you still not getting approach, you need to produce, because God won't put more on you than you can bear. So when I say produce, you may be in protective custody because you have not started your nonprofit organization. You have not started your for-profit company. You have not birthed your book. You have not walked in your purpose. You accepted your purpose and given it legs, so that when a man comes into your life and changes your dynamic, because we learned that when you in a relationship, you got to be in a relationship. When you're not in a relationship, you could tend to the things of the world, tend to the things of God. So when a man comes in, life changes, because you may adopt or you may have kids. Now you have someone that you have to talk with, that you have to be on one accord with. So you can't just rip and run and do what you want to do, how you want to do it, because you're a team. So therefore, this is the season where I say, have you written your book? Have you started your company? Do you have a staff or a system to where it can stand on its own? Is your career set? If your career set, have you started that thing on the side that you cannot be fired from? So it's always work to do. Never just pray and wait, pray and work.
There's a lot of people praying and waiting. So they needed that message.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah.
A lot of waiting going on. A lot of waiting.
Now, so we got some no questions coming in right now. Shout out to Layla Alexander and Living with Phyllis for joining the channel membership. Just more and more initiates every day.
And I want to ask this, TG, because when it comes to, because we kind of gave people some blueprints to talking of, figuring out who is the right place to get the information in this conversation here. And it's been a lot of talk around where you should be getting your information from in your peer groups, right? So now women obviously have different peer groups. The single ladies, they probably hang with single ladies. Some married ladies, believe it or not, I know married ladies that actually talk to other single ladies or other married women, even some of their mothers, right? And I want to get your counsel on where we should be getting on a peer level relationship information. Because I don't even think your mama is always even the healthiest person, even though that's your mama. And maybe not even your married friend might be the person you need to be getting information from. So on a peer level, how does woman qualify where's the healthiest place to get that counsel?
I always say you have to look at someone's foundation, and you also have to look at what they're trying to build, because people speak from where they are. So if a person wants what you want and they believe how you believe, meaning they believe in a marriage, they believe in being faithful, they believe in doing things the right way, you can listen to that person. Whereas someone who may believe in one night stands may have what seems like profound wisdom. But if you know that their root is different than your root, then you can't listen to them. And you can learn. I learned from this floor. I learned from the paint on the wall. I learned from homeless people, from atheists. I hear people, but you also have to have spiritual discernment. And me and my dad was studying in Proverbs where it was talking about getting wisdom, but with that wisdom to also get knowledge and understanding. And so when we do that work, that's when we come to a place to where when somebody says something and it's like they're throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks, we're able to tell, you know what? They're speaking from a place of pain. They're speaking from a place of anger. They're speaking from a place of a double mind. And then you're able to say, okay, hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You ain't got to argue with them, go back and forth, move forward. So I'm very careful who I ask for insight. And then whoever I ask, I take what they say and I put it up against the word. I put it up against my spirit if I know I'm in the right place. And if it does not make sense, whether it's my mother, my father, even my wife, I'll disregard it. If it does not line up with where I'm going and what my spirit from a pure place in sacrifice and obedience, I'll disregard it, because the adversary could speak through anybody. And it just depends on where they at. And so we got to be mindful of that. And I think that's one of the biggest things that's causing so much failure with a lot of people is instead of going within, they're going outside.
Now, Tony, we done got your perspective on I feel like the ins and outs of everything with relationships, the relationship industry, all kinds of stuff. But I do think it's something that we forgot to touch on. I want to touch on this before you get out of here. So I don't know how to say this. You got this growing community and growing just people identifying as this type of person, but it's referred to as the cussing pastor. You familiar, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how to define it, but outside of, I guess, it's just a pastor that cusses. But I think it's more to that. So could you help me? Could you help me define it? Help me define it real quick before I ask Tony this question. Like, what would you consider a cussing pastor outside of a pastor that cusses?
I mean, that's not. Is it anything else to it?
Right.
I feel like it's more to it. It's this type of message in which they deliver, I guess. But in general, how would you define a cussing pastor if it's anything outside of a pastor that cusses? And what are your general thoughts about the presentation and how this person might deliver that type of message?
God and the Holy Spirit is sacred, and the Holy Spirit is pure. If you are cussing, that is slang for cursing. And people are using semantics to try to separate cursing from cussing. And that is the gymnastics we do trying to excuse our sin. But the Bible says, do not be a hindrance to your brethren. So if a baby in the Lord believes that cussing is not of God and you're cussing, you are hindering their walk with God, because you should be on steak knowing that they are on milk, and yet you're inviting them into what you think is a word from God when God has never told us to emulate the world to reach the world. So a cussing pastor is a person who cares more about what man thinks than what God thinks. A cussing pastor is someone who's been turned over to a reprobate mind, and they are seeking the admiration of people because their platform that was given to them by God has also invited other spirits. And now they want the admiration and the friendship and the presence of these spirits who are cussing. And so they feel like they have to water God down and change God and put God in this different packaging to reach these people, not realizing that these people don't want God to change to come to them. They want to change in order to come to God. Because if God has to change to reach you, then he's not God. We have to change to go to God. So when you are clean, my dad told me this when I was young, and listen to the theme. How many times have I said my dad told me this?
The whole time you've been on the show.
But yet we promoting casual sex. Yet we promoting random dating. But I'm a product of having a father in the home every day. And he put it so simple to me. He said, son, if you got on a white suit and your friend got on a dirty suit and y'all start to wrestle, is your white suit going to rub off on his dirty suit, or is his dirty suit going to rub off on your white suit? I could never argue. I could never argue with watering God down to reach somebody. And I remember working in the NBA. I'm a team life coach. I'm the first life coach in the NBA, that meaning a life coach, not a psychotherapist, not a sports psychologist, but a life coach. No college degree. And I'm the first in the NBA, in the history of the NBA. And one of the guys, he come to me and he said to me, he said, man, such and such, he's talking about his teammate, such and such, listen to Young Thug, but yet be talking about God. Man, you can't listen to Young Thug and talk about God. I was like, wow. He said, man, you the life coach, you got on a Rolex, you got on a necklace. Man, why you ain't got on no suit? Like, he was saying, I'm filthy. Now, this guy was known for spending more money in the strip club and sleeping with more women than anybody in the NBA. But he wanted to see purity. He did not want you to curse. He did not want you to listen to rap, because he said, I'm trying to get to God. So it would be 3 players that would go to chapel every game. He would be one of those players. But he always wanted, if you represent God, to look different than him. He was upset that I was dressing like him, that we both had on Balmain jeans, that we both had on Louis shoes. He wanted me to even look different in my clothing, because if you go into God, you don't want to see God in filthiness. You don't want to see God using profanity. I heard a pastor say a long time ago, he said, you cannot mix the sacred with the profane. Cussing is profanity, no matter how you spin it. Because if it wasn't profanity, kids wouldn't get sent to the principal's office for using it. If it wasn't profanity, the television, which is a secular thing, would not bleep it out. If there was nothing wrong with cussing, there would be no censors on the radio, on television. So here we are jumping through hoops, trying to be in sin, to be seen as cool and acceptable to the world. And the thing about the other side wants you. The other side that does not want to change, the other side that does not want to come over, they want you to look like them. Because then you prove to them you're no different than me. And the God you talking about is not real. Because if he can't even give you the emotional intelligence to run a sentence through your brain before you say it and remove the cuss words that's going to trip people up in their walk with God, who is this God you talking about? If he don't have the power to renew your tongue, to renew your mind, to renew your heart. And show me an example in the Bible where God said, do what the world does to win souls. We didn't see Jesus getting drunk. We didn't see him sleeping with prostitutes. We didn't hear him using profanity. We didn't see all of this. We didn't see him doing what the world does. We saw him walking, and he did the opposite of what Buddy said tonight, talking about all these messages, and it ain't just one way. He said the opposite. Jesus says one way, and I'm the way, the truth, and the light. Get with it or get left behind. The kingdom is at hand. I ain't come here to be your friend. I came to bring a sword. You don't like me? Okay. But I'm going to stand on what I stand on. Get with it or get left. And that's what the body, and that's what these cussing pastors, for one, I'm going to tell you like this right here, to every cussing pastor, listen to me and listen to me closely. You're going to end up in your grave, or you're going to end up a vegetable playing with God. Do not play with God. Do not change his word. Fall on your face. Humble yourself. Repent, because you playing with something that cannot be played with. I'm a living witness of the power of God, because I ain't chasing fame. I ain't chasing clout. I ain't chasing money. And God got me. And I ain't got a curse to reach nobody. I'm a living witness that God is real. Stop playing with God. Come out that sin. Come out that lameness. Because you're cussing pastor because you're lame. But God can make you cool if that's what you want to be. You ain't got the cuss to be accepted. If God ain't called you to reach that rapper, he ain't called you to reach him. Many are called, few are chosen. Everybody grown. People choosing what they want to do. You cussing ain't gonna win no souls for God. But you being righteous and you standing on business, holy business, kingdom business, that's what's gonna win souls for God. So get your life right, because God has sat me here tonight and used this young man in the late hours to ask that question, to get this message to you clearly. You better get right, and you better stop playing, or God gonna use you as an example to let people know he real. So if you want to be a martyr for Satan by playing for God, playing with God, keep going. And I guarantee you, your life will turn into an embarrassment.
The soldier has spoken. He has spoken. And I mean, Tony, this is what I want you to do now. Because I know it's, first of all, we're going on 4 hours right now.
Really?
Wow. I'm trying to hit midnight.
Here's what I want you to do.
Hey, let's get the record now.
I'm trying to get the record.
We
bro.
10 minutes.
No. Here's what I want you to do. Because I don't know what's on your heart right now. Because you flowing right now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about it's flowing in you so deep right now. So what I want you to do is I really want you to talk to the people. And whatever is on your heart, whatever message you got in you, I'm not sure where it is and where it might go. I just want you to give it to the people. I don't know what it is. All right. But I just want you to give it to the people. All right. Because right now, this is hands down, I think, been one of my favorite lives.
Yeah, definitely.
And
definitely.
I mean, we've covered so much.
And it's really been live. Like, it's all surprises and
oh my gosh, so many twists and turns.
So many twists. Yeah, it's crazy.
But I'm gonna be honest. you done stood on what you done stood on.
Yeah,
And
tremendous.
I really just want you to run through the line, Tony. I mean, it's like Tony, all you got to do is hand Tony the ball.
Yeah.
I just want to hand you the ball and step back.
Yeah,
we doing a strong toss right to Tony right now.
And you really snuck in those 3 B's on us. You snuck those 3 B's in because I had not heard that before today from you. And wow. So we got the ladies.
That's
obviously
yours.
They want to hear. Yeah,
that's mine.
That's yours right there.
They the ladies, they just want to hear more about that. Shout out to Mary who mentioned that, by the way.
Don't let me hear you stealing my spiritual misdemeanors.
Hey, I'm gonna give you credit. That's deep. That's deep. I'm gonna give you credit.
Shout out to Mary and Angela Moore.
Tony, talk to the people, man. I don't know where you're gonna take it. I just want you to get. I want to give you that. Just give you this opportunity right here.
Before we get into that, I want to touch on the 3 B's where I'm talking about brain. That means you're feeding your mind. You're getting knowledge. You're getting new knowledge. You're healing from the past. You're healing before you're dealing. So you are taking in messages like this. This is what you're going to sleep to. This is what you ride in the car with. You're feeding your mind and you're renewing your mind. And when I say brand, what I mean by that is you're building you. That can be in business, creating something that you cannot be fired from, even if it's just a blog or writing a book. It could be your career, meaning you putting in the work, you getting the education, you getting certifications, and you building there. It also means how you carry yourself, how you communicate, how you talk. Are you slow to anger? Do you have class and dignity? Or are you seen as ghetto and low thinking? And then body, meaning are you sleeping around? Who are you giving your body to? What are you putting into your body? Are you buffeting your body? Are you walking? Are you exercising? Are you prioritizing your body, minimizing the sugar, minimizing the grease, minimizing all the things that break us down and steal from us? So brains, brand, body. In the brain is your faith and all of those things. So this encompasses our movement. And what I want the people to understand, because a lot of people have it confused. You have to realize that anytime God sends somebody, the adversary will try to paint that person as someone that God has not sent. When you get in the word, you're going to see that people call Jesus all kind of names that he wasn't. So people will take and put you in the same group with someone who is living completely different from you. And what I want you to do is I want you to look around in the world and I want you to analyze life. And I want you to really look at what has benefited you, what has grown you, what has changed you. And what we need is we need righteousness. We need purity. We need to die out to self. We need sacrifice. We need to come to a place where we are not wallowing in our pleasure and we're not listening to this person and that person tell us how to live our life that's leading us down a path of sin and filthiness. But we have to sacrifice and we have to commit ourselves to growth. And when we do that, we can assume the place and the position that has been intended for us. And I want you to think about your family, your lineage, your heritage, your culture, your creed, your race, your religion. Think about all of those things and recognize the power that's been placed within you. And remember that wherever God plants a seed, the devil plants a weed. And in order for your life to flourish, you have to pluck the weeds. Weed may be weed itself, marijuana. Your weed may be sugar. Your weed may be fornication, masturbation, pornography, alcohol, gambling, backbiting, lying, gossiping. Pluck your weeds. And when you pluck your weeds, that is when you will reap a harvest. That is when you will see your life go to the next level, because everything that we want and everything that we need, it requires sacrifice. And sacrifice hurts. Sacrifice is painful. Doing what you don't feel like doing. doing what does not come natural, doing what does not mean something to the person next to you, but doing what you have to do. They won't understand your grind because God did not give them your vision. They can't see through your lenses because he didn't give them your lenses. But you have to understand, until you get uncomfortable and you tap into righteousness and you sacrifice and you give that a chance. Because listen, I done did everything that these men that's online and talking and preaching, I done did everything they've done. But when I decided, after hitting rock bottom from doing it the world's way, I said, I'm going to try it God's way. And I'm not just going to tiptoe. I'm going to try it God's way 100%. And guess what? If you know Jeff Bezos, if you know Bill Gates, you could call both of them. And you could say, hey, Tony Gaskins said, both of y'all put $5 billion together, offer him $10 billion to cheat on his wife, to live the way of the world, to have 2 women, to live in willing sin against God. And I bet you everything in the world, I'll turn it down. You know why? Because even in the midst of warfare, when I don't have a dollar to my name, when the bill collector's calling, when my account in the negative, God grants me peace. He grants me peace, and he lets me know that today got enough problems of its own and tomorrow gonna be okay. But you cannot experience the peace of God when you're doing the things of the adversary. You got to come from out among them. You got to be willing to be separated in order to be elevated. You got to be willing to walk alone. People talk about community all the time, but there's a time and a season and a reason for community. But anybody that God needed to talk to, anybody he needed to reach, anybody he used, he sent them to the wilderness. He didn't send them to a community. He sent them to a wilderness first, and he ministered to them in their silence, in their separation. And then he sent them into their calling, and he used them in the community. So listen, it was my quote that went viral that says, separation before elevation. It was my quote that went viral that says, protect your peace. If you are unwilling to sacrifice, you will be sacrificed, because the adversary comes only to steal and to kill and to destroy. And if you are an agent for the adversary because you care more about what man thinks than what God thinks, you will be an example, and it will not end pretty. I guarantee you. God bless you.
Man, Tony, you got a tear dripping right there at y'all, man.
Hey,
you getting emotional?
Hey, that's the spirit. When that spirit goes
Man,
flowing, I don't even know where that came from.
It's flowing. Yeah, first of all, I told you, look, when you see the player hot, you just do that strong toss right. Yeah. And you step out the way and you let him flow. I don't even need to be talking. As a matter of fact, this is what I want to talk about. Because this is why when you got a good wife, they don't even send you out the house without all the things that you need to succeed. So not only did his wife prepare this man with what he need, she even prepared us.
She did. You got that?
So you best believe we got it here. They came in here with some gifts.
Lano.
So just so you know, this episode has been fully sponsored by the Wolf Project. Okay. And let me tell you, ladies, I don't know if y'all got somebody, whether it's your daddy, your uncle, if it's a man, I don't know if y'all need to be buying him gifts right now, but depending on where you at, if he deserves some,
right.
Let me show you what she brought in here for us. Because we got and I've been taking my skincare very serious nowadays too, by the way. I don't know if y'all see it improving show by show, but this is going to be a part of the improvement, because the Wolf Project here has equipped us with eye mask here. They have equipped us with the Age Defense half face mask. I'm going to wear this off camera. I'm not going to take photos of this because y'all going to talk about us. We even have the energizing eye roller. Is that for the bags?
Yeah, you roll it under there.
That's for the bags.
Oh yeah, I'm
I
turning 35
just said
next
I
week.
need something for the bags too, because we working hard. Do you see what I'm saying? TG over here talking about me not wanting to stay up late. So I need the energizing eye roller to put it right up under there. And then we got what we got over here. We got the mud mask detox face. Is this for men, by the way?
Yeah, it's all men. This is a
All
men.
all
for men.
men.
It's only men.
And
Works perfectly with facial hair.
Yeah,
Oh,
women could use it
man.
if they wanted to, but it's
for
a
the
men's
fellas.
skincare line.
I love
This
this.
is a men's skincare line.
Wolfproject.co, not .com.
And
You
I
know,
got the cleanser
It's one
as
of my
well.
companies that
especially when the ladies invest in you, they always want you to be putting stuff like this on. This
Man,
legit.
Much shout out to Mrs. Gaskins, man. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Tyshawn gonna use that
If you
tonight.
up
You
here
know,
watching-
Tyshawn, he like his Epsom salt soaks.
Yeah, no, I'm with all the
Tyshawn,
self-care.
only
I'm
person
with
I know
all that.
love the bathtub.
I'm with the bathtub. I like to take a shower. I don't even like fluorescent lights when I'm taking a shower. I like to take a shower with a candle burning. I like my whole, then I like to come out and take my time, do my whole skincare. So this is gonna be fully used.
wow.
It's gonna be fully used. And then you came in with the consistency. Is this your line right here too?
Yeah, my consistency.
I love
And then he
this.
came in
Yeah.
with the consistency. So, I mean, y'all got a shop with TG, by the way. And as a matter of fact,
How can they do that, TG? You gonna send us a link so they
you
can
gonna send us a link?
It's consistencygear.com.
Consistencygear.com, y'all. So we're gonna rock it. As a matter of a fact, let me see what this is right here. It's a hoodie.
Yeah, we're gonna add those to the
Y'all
to the
see?
site.
Boom! But this ain't even dropped yet.
Yeah, it's I got to drop it.
First
still.
off, you
Oh,
already
come
know what
on
color
now.
we be rocking.
Come on
You
now.
already know we gonna
He
rock
already
this.
came in
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Listen, this like a everyday right here. I ain't even gonna lie. We simple brothers. So
it's
stuff like
it's
this.
a workout hoodie, and I made it for myself just to remind me to be consistent. And I was just wearing it. I made 12 of them for myself, and then people was like, "Hey, Tony, I want that." So then that's when I just turned it into a line.
See, it's a working out. I'm not sure why you brought Tyshawn one up here.
Better stop playing. But check it out. The Wolf Project, is it like what is it? The Wolf Project
Co.
the wolfproject.co. We're gonna actually go ahead and put that in the description of this video. If you're watching a replay, just go ahead and click in the description. We're gonna put the wolfproject.co if y'all want to have any of these beautiful products here.
Even the package is masculine though, because some of that stuff be smelling too pretty.
It be and looking too pretty.
Yeah.
This I'm proud to have this in my medicine cabinet. Check my
Facts.
medicine cabinet, ladies. I'm proud for you to see I'm taking care of my skin. So I like that.
We just got in Nordstrom too. So if you got a Nordstrom near you, you could go in there.
It's a
and get it.
Nordstrom.
Yeah, got it in Nordstrom. And then you could use my son code because he doing his little branding TG3. And I think that's 20% off.
Oh, we
Shout out
got
to
it in the discount code
Yeah.
TG3.
Right.
We will have this in the description. Again, that is wolfproject.co, not .com, wolfproject.co. Go ahead and get the whole kit and caboodle so you can give that. This is an amazing gift.
Wait,
Let me tell you,
so
brothers like gifts like this.
So TG, your son is named Tony.
Yeah, he's the third.
Wow.
Senior, junior, third.
That's dope,
Man.
That's dope.
Legacy. And you know what my son told me? He said, I can't wait to name my son the fourth. That's why I'm on what
That's
I'm
beautiful.
All right, Tony, don't be flexing on.
That's
me,
why
man.
I'm
You
on
know
what I'm on.
Yeah,
Right.
man.
Right. That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, that's dope.
I love to see that. The
Wow.
people actually in the chat asking, they want to see you and the wife, so we're gonna see. He said he done with this whole podcast thing, but I got a feeling that this man work is far from done. So we're gonna see. All right. We're gonna see. But man, let me tell you, man, much love to you, Tony. Man, it's always a blessing having you up on the platform.
Hey,
man.
let me speak to that though before we
For
finish.
sure. Go ahead. Say what's on your
A
heart.
lot of time people, so when you go on my page, you see me post my wife, you see me promote my wife, you see me praise my wife. But as a protector, her spirit has to be in a place that she can be there for our kids because that's her priority. She wants to be there full time. And she tells me all the time, I have no desire to be a speaker. I have no desire to be a life coach. I have no desire to teach anybody anything.
Yeah.
She said, I'm focused 100% on my family. And when you see the way people attack me and call me all these names, as her covering, as her protector, I can't bring her out to something that she does not want to do
Right.
to appease people. So a lot of people want to learn from it. So we wrote a book together called A Woman's Influence. And it's a best-selling book. It's 5 stars. So you could get A Woman's Influence if you want to hear my wife's nuggets. But even with that, she only wrote 2 pages at the end of each chapter. But I protect her until she says, I'm ready. Because I could bring her and make millions of dollars. We could go on tour. We could do a podcast together, and I could do a business move. And that's what a lot of couples are doing. And that's what I've been warning people. Don't monetize love, meaning let it be a ministry. Let it be a message. If it enters a marketplace and money comes, but don't forcefully monetize love, because when you invite people into your relationship and you're doing it for the money, you set yourself up for failure.
Yeah.
And that's why we see so many couples with a podcast or a TV show or something going on, we see them end. Or we see them stay in a miserable relationship because now that's how they earn a living. And so that's the reason why I don't ask my wife to come out into the forefront. And the one time I did it for Kev on Stage and his wife. And it was horrible. People probably thought like, man, they don't love each other. They don't love it. But that was because I was doing it for them because I respect them. And they wanted to hear from my wife like a lot of people do. But then when we got on, she thought we was going to be asked questions. And it wasn't really clarified that we were supposed to sit there and do like this seminar. And my wife, at that moment, her whole spirit changed. She was dejected. She was like, so people probably thought like, man, they getting ready to divorce. But it really was, I was asking her to come out of the shadows and do this for other people.
Wow.
And I learned a lesson from that. And I said, never again. When God put on her heart to do it and however he tells her to do it, I'm going to support her 100%, but I'm not going to monetize her or use her for people who will set you on fire and pay to watch you burn.
Man, we just had Marcus Wiley on here. He spoke to that. He actually said the reason he don't go on tour with his wife, and his specific words is, he said, because me and my wife, we have a bond, not a brand. And he was very like, he stood on the fact that he is not into putting his marriage on Front Street just so he can make some money. And you know, that makes a whole lot of sense. To be honest, first of all, my wife telling me that all she want to do is take care of me, my kids, in the house, baby. Listen,
and receive love.
That's all you need to do. Okay, now, ain't nothing wrong with that. So listen, I respect it. I respect it. And look, shout out again to Mrs. Gaskins. We're gonna put this to work. Much love.
We love Mrs. Gaskins. Shout out to LaShawn Tapler. Shout out to Lydia Weir. Shout out to Ashley B. Shout out to Short Soy Rainer. Just all people sending over their final super chats, just letting us know how amazing TG was and how much they appreciate the platform. And you know what? Shout out to, so this is the thing. We listen to all my initiates. I guess we did expect the chat to go crazy. I do think we missed out on the opportunity to take care of y'all and actually close down the chat for initiates only. Next time we'll keep that in mind. I didn't realize how the draw that Tony, how much that would actually impact y'all's experience. And of course, we love to prioritize y'all. So next time we'll keep that in mind and really make sure we take care of y'all. And shout out to Soy, who's been very upfront and engaged with us about giving us feedback on the platform to make sure we take better care of the initiates.
Yes.
She actually mentioned this, the Blessed Tribe. That's your tribe.
Yeah.
So pretty much she said, look, y'all hold Tony after the show and y'all talk to him about how to pretty much, what did she say?
I missed
Basically, she wants you to teach us how to do the community right. Pretty much. So listen, we are going to talk to Tony. I know he's probably tired, but we are going to spend time talking to him about it. Okay. We want to talk to him about that. And Soy, I actually want to get some constructive criticism from you. So if you can email us, Soy, at info@hardlyinitiated.com, so we can try to get some of these things up and moving. But yeah, we got to talk to you about how we can pretty much get some X's and O's, how to run that Blessed Tribe.
Yeah. Listen, and if you're watching the replay, go ahead and tell me how you're gonna use this episode to change your life. I want you to actually talk about how this episode impacted you and how you're actually going to, what you got from this episode here and how you will use it. Go ahead and tell me that here, whether you're watching the replay, whether you're watching it live. I want to see it.
And LaShawn just went crazy with the super chat.
We love
LaShawn and JJ really, honestly, everybody turned to. I mean, VJ kicked us off. Benita, she's one of the lovely initiates, one of our first. Let me tell you, I'm gonna say that on camera because VJ, we gotta do something special for VJ.
I will. No, we will.
But every live, she pops it off with support.
And
She doesn't miss.
She does not miss.
Not one episode. I think VJ is 73 years old.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, incredible.
That's the age of my eldest client.
Wow.
73.
That's amazing. So yeah, shout out to everybody that supported us tonight. TG, I mean, this is just what you do. This is what you bring.
Right.
Man, you was just amazing today, man. You really laid it down. Thank you for being such a great sport. You stood on 10 standing on business.
and
that was amazing.
And everybody needed to see this. I think this was good for the entire industry because, you know, I think too, as the relationship space grows, I think it is going to, you know, need some policing, you know, for people to really understand. I mean, this is probably the most important area of your entire life. So I think it actually is good for somebody to speak on the standards in this space, the standards, and to educate people on that now, because we starting to get to that point. And I'm happy that, you know, we was able to bring you here to be the platform to introduce this conversation to the world. But I think it's a very important conversation. And I'm glad we were again able to do it with somebody as qualified as yourself. And I hope y'all really take this stuff to heed. Don't use this as just entertainment. Please make sure y'all actually taking what the principles from these episodes and you applying it into your life for transformation, y'all. But TG, look, listen, we love you. TG up in here with his barber and his father. They up in here sitting with us. They've been in here for all 4 hours. Let me tell you, TG has not moved anywhere. I've not seen this man move without his pops. He tell his pops in every story, and his pops is up in the studio with us in every episode. And I love to see it. Big shout out to the fam, and big shout out to y'all. And y'all already know, hardly initiated. Listen, we are out.